struggling getting the D point on.
Dear. Really pulling poor Heidi apart.
This is where I need decent tweezers now.
Yes.
This isn't going to work. Yeah, I think that's good. That goes to D.
No.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Popped out. There you go. From laughing, of course. What did you put? A small wire. If someone types C, I'll die. Mad prices last year. I have 9 left. Any supplies are out of stock at the moment. What, ESDs? Right, that's that. That's my D done. Sold this properly. For God's sake. I don't like this.
What I want to do, start tearing this down. Just turn that down. I don't want no echoes.
Can I not just do it to this wire? It'd be so much better. I think we're okay there now. Oh, where are you? Private console broken has gone up silly on eBay at the minute. It's because of Christmas, I guess. I don't know. But the price double suddenly, then most supplies are out of stock. Remember that awful pick of the 3DS the seller was trying to flop? I've messaged him twice and got no reply. Wow. Yeah, go to the buyer or wrap the wire around 219 on the HMI port if you want. I mean, I think it's soldered on there now. It's such a thin trace, it's hard for this wire to proper stick down onto. But I think we're on there. I think it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. Right, what's the next one? What was I on? I forgot where I was at. D. Oh, what happened to E and I? I think you missed out E and I. Oh, I see why I missed that out. Yeah. Oh man, I need tweezers. So this is E, which goes to E. It's not a bypass, it's an alternative. ESDIC alternative. I've already done the bypass and it worked. Right, now it's I. There's enough flux on there. worry, I'll be with you. How do I get out? I think that's for the Makita radio. I think that's this guy. Oh no, I'm gonna have to mute my mic as well.
Oh no.
This is not radio. Oh, it is radio. Oh well. Well done. Okay. Ooh, money.
Money, money, money.
Another pickup. That's good. All my pickups are going. I still got one more left, which is I'm really annoyed about that. It's because he bought a new speaker. Come back. I have to go to the door. I thought the string was there. No. I had a customer at the door. Where was I next? Oh, my phone. Hi, man. Where's my wire? Oh my god, I'm completely thrown off. Here we go.
Salvage.
Yeah, put solder on the cap. That's what I was doing. Can you not file down the broken tweezers? Yeah, if I had a file. Hey, if I do this, I can tell CG that I did dot to dot. Yeah, thank you, Simon. You got sticker bugs. What's that? I'm pretty sure Dan sent me phone as an ESD.
Not the easiest thing to take apart.
Thing is with the ESDs, they are super sensitive.
Jesus. So the one I want
Right
is
now
this
it's,
one.
J, K, and L.
I have to take all that off.
So we've got J, K. What?
Looks like we're going to have to
What?
take this off and all.
What have I done now? Is it that capacitor thing? See, I need to remove the cap.
Yeah, boogers. Hit by hand.
C14. I went from C14. I see. You changed the. Oh, I see what I've done there. Sorry, I don't know my alphabets very well. I see what I've done there. Thank you. I should really learn. I'm just jumping ahead. So where's that go then? I goes over here. C214.
This board has to come out completely.
I was looking at
To take that out,
FEHI.
like that. Will that give me any access
Yes, it's that
from
one.
that point? Not much. So we've got that side. Jesus. Now I've got to desolder that. Take this off. Take that one off.
Does it matter with this wire being this long?
Right, now we're sort of getting somewhere.
Next
Let
is
me have a look. Oh, she's a bit crusty.
J. Right, this one I'm going to pay attention. I've done D already. J is this one.
Crusty Flux.
J to J. Concentrate, Andy.
We've got... Can't believe they put that on there. No caption tape, nothing. Wow. Is that rust?
Oh my God.
Is that a broken trace?
No. We know. What?
That looks like a broken trace.
Oh, it's okay.
What?
But no, it's fine.
Hello bud, how you doing? Sorry,
We'll
didn't see it pop on. Just watching Andy's stream. Pico, how you going bud? This is the second radio, right? It's got a broken switch, so I want to salvage. This one does work. The tape's a bit wonky, probably the incorrect belt, but I want to swap because you can't buy the parts for these sharp radios. So what I want to do is I want to take the switch out, swap it over. But I've just looked at the back of this board, and I found something very interesting. I'm going to zoom in so you can see it. It looks like a broken trace, but then it's not connected. I mean, that looks like corrosion. I mean, it's right up where it is. Just get a toothbrush. So this is I'll have to test continuity, which I probably will. But to me, without taking the other one off, I mean, it does work. I mean, but why has that got a broken trace there when it's got a line going, it's supposed to have a line going all the way down? Because you can actually see the actual break in the wire. So, I don't get it. You know, let me zoom it in, you might be able to see me a bit more.
I damaged mine because of that. I bought an extra 20 quid for all this work. Yeah, there's a lot of work.
There.
Right,
so it looks like, I don't know if it's sort of broken on that. So it does look like it. It looks like a break. I'm amazed it's worked. But yeah, it's the glare. Yeah, but it looks like it. But if I put the torch, because the trouble is, if I have you can actually might be able to see it a little bit better. Yeah, it looks like a break. It is a break. I mean, you can clearly see now. That looks like a break between it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'll test it. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to run. I mean, this one's working, partly working, because the cassettes are sounds the wow and flatter, the flatter, I should say flatter, flatter. It's all up and down. So I don't know if that's probably an incorrect belt. Probably the chances are, and or the motor's probably like not great. But yeah, to me, just going to do a quick continuity test and follow this line. So it looks like if I come out of that, that is strange, you know. I mean, I'm actually shocked. Test between the solder joint and the traces from each side. Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. So we got the bleed. So, and let's see if it does. It does. Wow.
So many wires.
That is making continuity. Do you know what? I'm actually amazed, because that might have been, that actually physically looks like a trace, but as you can see, I'm touching it. It's making a trace side on that. So I'm really surprised. I thought that's the first. I thought if there's a break, why is it still working? But it must be the signs underneath, because it's the way they've done the tracing. So underneath, what they might have done, because of this switch, we've got like a line perhaps they've done that deliberately. So, you know, I mean, they're just showing you physical traits, but you've obviously got the part of that copper underneath, so it still makes connectivity. I mean, I don't know why they've added that. I mean, I don't know. I don't get it, but it does work. But I want to desolder, take this one off. Not this one, sorry bud. I want to take this one off, so you know, so I can pinch this switch, because this switch is intact. So I don't know, I might turn on the desoldering gun, but lower it down to 300, because as I said before, these old pads end up having, you know, you start running into issues. If you get them too hot, you'll start lifting up the traces. So I might just lower that down to 300. It's at 299. That'll do. I'll leave it at 299, and then we can see if we can just pop that off. I mean, the other radio is working lovely, but the trouble is, I've always wanted, you can't buy any of these Sharp radios fully working order. They've got some issues, so I'd rather it just have a fully working one. So you're going to swap the switches over, basically. Yeah, I'm just taking this switch out, and then I'm going to, because you can't buy these for parts. This one's I've got fully. This one's been broken. This one's the only one that's intact. So the other one is fully working. It's just that I want to take this one off, basically, and see if we can take that on there. There's quite a lot. How many on there? So I've got, how many pins have I got to desolder? Jesus, that is quite a lot of pins. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 pins, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, bloody no, 35, 36 pins, because you've got 3 at the top, no, just 35 in total, because I can see the other 2, so that one and that one there is not in, oh, that is in trace, so it is 36 pins, wow, that's a lot to desolder. So I really don't want to end up, so probably what I'd end up doing, I might just sling a bit of flux on all of these, turn the extractor fan on, and no, wrong one. Yeah, $2.99. Hopefully that won't delaminate it. I don't want to push it because I know how sensitive these things are. That is taking them off, but very. I think it was only the first few that I needed it on. Do you know what? $2.99 is ideal. Now it's not taking it, that's not lifting up any of the traces. Oh, for Pete's sake, the vibration is knocked that over. Some of these pads ain't connected. I could just see at least 3 of them ain't. I wasn't happy yesterday. I thought, oh, I'm going to swap these over. That looks like I've got 2 more to take off, but the pins have been turned over. But that is the right temperature. I'm glad I didn't go too mad with that. That's off. Now I've got another 2 more to do. Let's give it. Oh, so basically, let's just give it a little bit more flux over in that one there and that one there. Let me just bring that up so you can see. They probably really didn't want you mucking about with this. Right, these. Didn't see that one. Right, that looks like that's all done, all taken off except for the bottom. Wow. Right. Should be it. So I don't want to force. Actually, what I could do is a little bit of hot air. What we got it on? 370. Yeah, about 300, and I got it on 60% airflow. So 376. Let's put it up to 99 and just warm that up. I've got a medium-sized nozzle, hopefully. I don't want to lift them pads up. These balls, I hate working on these balls, they're too fragile. Let's see why that board is on. Yeah, she is. She's loosening up. But I'm going to be careful, and I don't want to go too mad. Because I've got... I think they put these in at the manufacturer, they don't want you to take them off. Oh no, he can piss off. I'm not answering the phone. He's getting on my nerves now. He keeps bloody ringing me up every 5 minutes. Sorry guys. Yeah, that's it. You know what, I think that might be the best bet. I'm going to put this on airplane mode, and then that way I won't keep getting hammered. Airplane mode, that's it, off. That's it, problem solved. Hate doing that. It's because when you're trying to concentrate on something, the last thing you want to do is keep being distracted. Right, that's cooling down. Yeah, this is, I think what's putting up a fight is that little trace there, because some of these are bent over. I think they're trying, they've done it. It shouldn't be connected because everything's been disconnected on here. So hopefully that one wants bending up just a tad. There you go. I think that could have just been as easy as that. Let's see if that comes out. Little tease. I ain't going to get too mad because I don't want to warp the board. They're very thin, these boards. Just a gentle pry. If it ain't going to go, then it's obviously I've got connection. So hopefully, yeah, there's another one down here. I didn't see that. Should be alright. I mean, it is heavily bent up, bent straight. Let's see. Let's grab me little tweezers and see if I can just give that a little gentle pry.
The other two, but I can't really do that.
Now, they solder these in well. They don't glue these in, do they? I very much doubt it. They probably would have just been legs. I can actually see them. They are legged. So it's just that I think it's just the way how many there is on the board physically. Yeah, there you go. She's gradually prying up. Gradually. And you pull it in shot so you can clearly see. So if I pull it up, you can actually see it a bit better. It's like a caterpillar with legs. Jesus. Wow. Do you know what? That is not the easiest to get out. Without a desoldering gun, you probably would have listed, you know, and lowering that temperature down a bit. A little bit of flux. Just to change that, you know, and she's out. And I didn't damage not one trace on that, but it's a bit more on the toasty side because I can touch it, but it's warm. So I'm going to let it cool down. And all I wanted, this one's the radio selector. So this would give, because I tried looking for one of these, but I'm going to give it a quick clean. She's out, and I didn't lift not one trace, which is not the easiest to try and do. Because like you said, try and do these things, it's not the easiest. A little bit of a toothbrush and just gentle. I don't want to put flux inside there. There's probably like
Oh, is that fine there, Lee?
that's better. That's much better. I'm going to just put some flux because I want to swap this one over. This one's in good nick, so I'll put that on one side. That's cooled down now, so which is good. So the first thing I want to do is just give that a quick blast round here, and just a gentle light brushing. Ready? Because I want to swap them over because this one's working. She is working, and I'm going to clean, which is, let me just quickly, a little bit of melamine. Now, I didn't normally use melamine, but this stuff, I know it's messy, but you know what? It really, really works well on getting flux off old boards. I mean, because literally, look at the state that's just pulled off. That's old flux and my flux built in, and then just give it a quite, a little light rub over. But that's took all that nasty, sticky flux off. I can still feel it because it's all over the board. Jesus, what the bloody hell was that? It's just fell down. Jesus, things have just fallen off the shelf. Wow. Something's going to hit me on the head one of these days. I just can feel it. Yeah, I'm thinking. Let me read your comment, bud. I'm just going to quickly do that. I have to keep putting my glasses on because I can't see it. Yeah, clean the solder joints on the board and add in low melt. Yeah, actually, and solder wick. Yeah, I see that you're using the magic sponge razors. Yeah, because Retro 6, I don't see Andy using this stuff. I don't know if he does, but I see Retro 6, and I said, what's that sponge you're using? And he said, basically these are designed for kitchens, cleaning. He said, but these are great if you've got really old flux on boards. He said, because it just cleans it up really well. You just got to make sure that you soak it. He said, and then you're fine. And do you know what? He's right. It literally, it stripped that clean, and look, there's not one bit of flux on that, and I can feel it. Now on that old stuff, you can actually see the difference between dark green and light green, because the rest of that is flux from the factory. So that magic eraser works bloody well. I'm really impressed with that. I've just done a visual inspection. Let's just see if I make sure that I've not pulled any traces, because these old boards, as I said, not great. I mean, the ones that are the worst ones, this is a little bit thicker than the Spectrum Pluses at the end of it, and already I could just see that there's a little bit of lifting on that one pad, just a tiny little bit of lifting. This is what I said about I didn't really want to. I hate working on these type of boards because for that reason. So, but we haven't got any damage. But that one, there was that one there. Where was it? This one. It's just slightly lifted, just tiny little bit, and that was at $2.99. You know, so I don't want to keep it on there no more than a few seconds. But she is off. So when I put this back, it should go straight on. So what I want to do now, now this one's off, I'm going to put this one to one side, and vice versa, take the other one off. Where's the, I'll put that there for a minute. It's actually good stuff, that magic eraser, I love it. You know, I know it's messy, but because this one is virtually near enough 100% fully working, it's just for the sake of it. Yeah, I can see the differences from here. So this one here, it was this selector that was gone, which I put some CT1 sealant, but it's not. You can't do a lot with it, so I didn't really want to go down this route, but because you can't buy the parts, you physically can't buy them, I thought for the sake of one switch, comparing that, you know, I've had to do that mod, but I've blanked that off. I've put a blank cap on it, so you can actually see that I've put a blank cap in there. I mean, it's not half as bad as what it was. It's sort of tidied it up. I mean, I was going to retro brighten the back, but I thought, do you know what, leave it. These plastics are far too brittle, and I know what happens. You tempt fate, and then something snaps. Right, that one's not in. Oh no, it was just one I put back in. Was it this one? Yeah, it was. That's all right. I put one screw back in this because I knew I had to open this back up. Also, I lost that bit yesterday, and I've just found it was buried. This is the reasons why I had to tidy the table up. So this has got to go back in, because this is for the radio selector, and take the little glue stuff off it. So I don't feel it anymore. Just double check. No. Oh, the handle's come off. The only snag is I've connected the speakers up, and I can't take the speakers off, so I'll have to work with it in with the speaker. I mean, at the end of it. So, and it's got to be flipped over because I need access to this board. So all of this is going to have to come off anyway. But I swapped over. What did I swap over yesterday? I swapped over this. I managed to put a little screw in that the wheel was broken off at the corner. Swapped the this one's got mastic in it because I thought it had tried to bond yesterday, and it clearly is not bonded because the switch is completely broke inside. So I mean, before I do anything, that glue's going to have to come out. There you go. It didn't take much. There's only a tiny little bit in there. Is it 31st? Is it trick or treat tonight? I can't remember. Also make the sponge last a lot longer. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I used to cut them with a 1-inch cube and then the tweezers. I think that's what he did. Yeah, he just. But I just see him just use a whole of, half of a razor of the magic sponge. It does the job. The main thing is it's at least it sort of, it cleans it, because I think with any of these electricals, cleaning is the key. If you don't get it clean, the solder's going to take longer, which you could delaminate, and then start causing all types of problems, which I just thought, oh. But this is the joys of repair. It's all about, it's true, Retro 6 says, it's all about preparation and taking your time. And you're right, exactly it. You just take your time, it should be okay. Now this one's got some lithium grease on the other one. Now the other one didn't have no lithium grease at all. It was bone dry, and it was a lighter blue, because that one's black. So whatever's easier, but I'm going to take this out. I think that board's got to come out, because I've got to flip this over. I've got to do exactly the same what I've just done now. Now this, yesterday I put all nice new lithium grease on the cogs, but while I'm there, I want a lithium grease underneath it, because I didn't do this yesterday because of the time. The trouble with me, I want something that I would have liked this 100% fully restored with that transformer. I don't like the idea of what I've done, but it works. At least it's got some protection. But it's like everything with these things. It's not going to work 100%. I put a brand new belt on that. Let me read you, Peter. Yeah, a friend of mine had the same stereo, and he said his power up in the tape deck didn't work. So I'm going to try to persuade him to let him have it, so I know if it's still the transformer. That's the first culprit. I mean, this is why I love working on vintage sort of retro stuff. It's because, like you said, modern stuff's all right, but I'm thinking you don't get to see, because I've done there's different models of these, and this model being the second model on the production line. The other one this is a 4343, the other one was a 4040, which is the first model. This is the second model, got produced in 1983. So the first model was a 1980, would have been even more rarer. But as I said, the 110 transformer on this side, you've only got that slider. If that slider breaks and you shove it in, you're not going to see that you've put 240 straight in a transformer, which is a shame, because as soon as you kill that transformer, game over. It'll work on the batteries, but it won't work on anything else. So me doing what I've just done here, I've bypassed it. But yeah, the motors, what tends to go on these are the motor. The motor tends to get tired with the RPM. Even though they sort of work, but they get red hot. This one runs it just runs lukewarm, so I know that the magnet and the coils in that are good. Also, replace the belt, because the belts don't last. They're not meant to last, what's that, since 1983. That's got to make that 46, 47 years old, so which probably would be close, not far from that. So yeah, replacing the belt, but the belts for these are £13, £13 to £14 I think for the belts that I paid for that one, and it was the right belt. so it's got the right type of tension. But again, a little drop of, I've got some clock oil up there, and I'll probably put a little bit of clock oil down where these go on this spindle, because this is where it sits, and obviously it gives it a spin. So these are on a key. On these are just pushed on, but there's a key underneath, so it's a little lip, so it don't go down any further. But some of them have a little Allen key that you have to take. I think it's on the later models. But these, the actual spindle itself, while I've got this off, I will take this off, mark, because this is like a retro, not a retro. It's like it keeps it in place. Of this wheel. I think it's something to do with the tensioner side. So again, you've got plus and minus. So I'm going to try the other one on there. I'm going to take a notice of this, because I'm thinking that could be also why the other one's got it plays, but it plays. So I don't know if it's the actual bell, or it could be this, because you've got a plus and a minus and a 0. So this has got to be placed in the 0 position, but this is slightly a little bit off from the 0. So I'm going to make a note and take this out and give it a fresh drop of oil, because this has never been serviced, literally never. So I would have liked to give it a capacitor, but I don't want to tempt fate. Yeah, read it again. Yeah, 0 or 1 that's got. So I'm going to, that's interesting, I'm going to find out on that. But yeah, now these ones on there, now these ones on mine, these I've got a razor head, and what is that one? One's got an eraser head. Oh, they're both for a razor head. One's a plus, one's a minus. Right, okay, so what I do, because I don't want to get that confused, I always recommend, and I recommend your friend do this and all, like, just get some masking tape, just some box standard masking tape, wrap these up. I love labelling things, because it's alright looking back at the video, but when you're streaming you can't obviously do that. So what I normally do is just to make a note of what you're taking off, so you can put it back in the right order. So we've got the black, you've got the yellow is the plus. So I'm going to put a Y is the plus, and I'm going to put a razor head, ER head. ER head. EAD. A razor head. So now I know, and I've put yellow, white, plus. So that way I can take this off, and then it just only takes a few minutes of your time. So that way, I'll read you a comment a minute, man. I'll take that off, and I can take that off. That's it. And we should, oh, I've got more wires here. Right, that's interesting. So I've took the eraser head off. We've got grounds, R, PH, oh, bloody Nora. Yeah, I might have to mark these. I'm going to mark them up, because there's another 3. Yeah. No read. Not when we measured above. Yeah, I did, bud. Yeah, it says, yeah, he powers up, and the deck didn't work. So I'm going to try to persuade him. So yeah, what else did? Yeah, I did read that message on the Pitco. With that, if it says that persuade him to let me have it, I'll know if it's still working with the transformer. Yeah, I would say, when you're powering him up, just be careful when you're putting 240 volts in it, because as soon as you put that in, you should get a reading. The top one should be where it says there. The top one should say 230 to 240. If there's not going in from that transformer, right, that means that transformer is dead, because it runs parallel direct to that connector what I took off, because I disconnected that and took it off because I can't use it anyway. So if you're not getting no reading why that's switched on, right, because when the power goes in, the power should be on standby, even with nothing plugged in. Even if you got you put like the 230 in on that transformer, that should go directly to that live. So on to the plug side, if that's 230. So if we case we so if that's the case, we can secure a working transformer. Yeah. I probably, that's the way. I mean, I've not seen one of these fully working. The ones there was one on eBay. He wanted £70 for it, but it had a tape deck issue. But it was fully working, except for the tape problem. So again, not 100% all fully working. So he had obviously a tape issue, and by the sounds of it, he's been mucking about with it as well, which is not great. So what I would have done, if you're going to get your one off your friend, because they've all got the same value. I mean, that one down there is the 4646. This is the 4343. So that being a later model, it's still the board's a little bit different, but the power supply is exactly the same. So you want to plug it in and be very careful when you take these out, because you are mucking around with live voltages. And literally test that one connector and then ground the other one out. Not on there. Don't ground it out here, because it's not a grounding point. You just got because it's got 0 volts there. The other one's got 0 volts, so that's not even connected. There's nothing there. There's no trace. So virtually you've got 110 and 230 at the top. So you want to try the 230. Find a ground, which is preferably. Where can you put a ground point? That's a good point. There would be a ground point on the pin, one of these pins where the diodes are. There's four diodes, 4 capacitors, ceramic capacitors. So you want to find there should be like a grounding pin that's bridged. With that tape deck, you'll need to grease up and then change the belt, etc. It's probably worn and brittle. No, I've already changed this one. I've already done it. Yeah, I know. I'm dealing with the old vintage electrics. This is why I love I mean, I've got bedroom full of it, and I want to get this near enough 90%. It's not going to be 100% because I've had to do a mod on the board. So it's going to be 90%, but at least it will work, and I have got some form of protection. But don't want to put no more than 9 volts through this. You will fry it. You'll probably, that's what them batteries give off, give or take. It's about 8.5 volts, just under 9 volts. So 9 volts at 1 amp is more than enough for these old things. You don't want to go too mad. These electronics can't take high voltages anyway. That's the idea of it was the idea of that transformer doing its job. It's just that it was just a bad way of putting the transformer before after the fuse, and it should have been fuse first then transformer, but they didn't. It's just the way they're manufactured. All they'd have had to done and manufacture when they was they had the schematics. Someone at the electronics device, and they should have said, no, let's put the fuse just before the transformer, just in case if someone puts 230 into the 110, it would pop the fuse and save the trains. But unfortunately they didn't, because you can actually see it in circuit. I mean, the 230 to the 110, so it's a 3-pin system. So and then it runs parallel straight to the transformer, and then you can see behind it comes out of the output of the transformer straight into the fuse, which is not, like I said, it's not the greatest way of dealing, because then the fuse feeds the diodes, because you've got 4 diodes here, and then you've got your ceramic capacitors. So you've got diode, capacitor, diode, capacitor, diode, capacitor, diode, capacitor, and then the rest is your output. And then you've got a couple of resistors at the end of the day, and then that feeds into up here, which is your ribbon. That this would give you your 9 volts to go into the secondary to feed the board. And that's all that would have done. So that transformer would have done its job. if it just wasn't blown. But only if they would have just moved that from up the top to the bottom and just moved the transformer. All they had to do was literally just move that transformer where the fuse was. Just put the negative, just put literally them pins, the outward pins, to the top. Just move them up and then move the fuse holder, because it's a timed fuse anyway. What even parts of the electrics you have from the Vintage Tech to sell it on eBay. To believe it or not, I've got, it's all mid 1980s to 1990s. I mean, I've got disco equipment that I've not got round to testing yet. I've got a 1990, it's a 1996, which it did have an issue. Which idea? It's now, I've managed to sort it, which was an Epson printer, not Epson, Epson projector. This had an issue. Again, this was late 90s, because again they use VGA connectors, and this one's got a what's the name now? I bought this from Cash Converters, not working. Because they sometimes, I always ask them, I said, you got any tech at the back that they're not allowed to sell? And they said, well, we've got an Epson printer, an Epson projector. And they said, if you're interested in it, give us 30 quid. And I went, yeah, I'll give you 30 quid for it. At the end of the day, he said, we plugged it in, but it's got, we can hear it, but there's nothing coming out. So that means the lens thing on this, they said it's just, we're getting nothing coming out of it, so we can't sell it. So sometimes, I know it sounds daft, if you're in like a local CX or Cash Converters, right, ask them, because they're not allowed to sell their stuff if it's broken. A bit like most of charity shops. And again, because I work in a charity shop, at the end of the day, always ask, have you got any broken electricals at the end of the day? And some of them, a lot of them say, no, sorry, I haven't. But you're going to go to some and they're saying, well, we've got a broken radio. Like, where was I last week? I was at Basildon and I was in Sue Ryder, and I, you know, I'd love chatting to people and always saying hello and everything. And I said, by any chance, you haven't got any broken consoles, have you? And they said, well, it's funny you should say that. We've got a PlayStation 3 Slim and an Xbox 360, all boxed. But they said it's it powers on, but we've got no display. And I went, well, we're not allowed to sell it. And I went, well, I'll buy it off you. And they went, well, we're not allowed to sell it to you. And I went, but I'm only going to use it for parts. And I said, there'd be no comeback. I said, because that's what I do. I strip it down and use the parts, because parts are hard to get hold of. Okay, she said, let me ask my boss. And she said, yeah, that's fine. If she said £20, and I went, yeah, I'm happy to give you £20. It's £20 in the pot, and I didn't bring it back. And it ended up just being, I think it was the PlayStation, where was that PlayStation 3? It was a PlayStation 3 Slim. It was another nice one. Oh, and I can't find it. It's buried over there with all the others. But it ended up just being a bad. They used a bad HDMI port. Not the port, the actual lead itself, and it wasn't. There was a bit of dirt clogged up, so it wasn't pushing all the way in. So I used a little bit of IPA, got me tweezers under here, zoomed in, fine. And the Xbox, it just ended up being a broken switch. Things like that, you won't know until you take it apart. It's a gamble, like all these electrics. But yeah, I've got a lot of the mid-90s stuff. Like I'll just show you just one or two bits, and I'll show you what I mean at the end of the day.
Funny, man. It literally pinged right out my tweezers. You see, all dyers present and yes, everyone.
What it is, Pico, I love all the vintage stuff, and the trouble is, I've got a room full of it, and I've got more around my mum's because I've been gathering it. Now this is, I haven't tested these. These are like dusty as hell because I've not plugged these in. I've got a JVC. I don't even know what this is. This is a stereo JVC amplifier. So having a look at the back of it, I don't know if these work. Like I said, there was stacks and stacks of it. Yeah, nothing of these things can be stripped for fixes. There's another part of a JVC stereo synthesizer, quartz one. I mean, there's more in there, and I've got receivers. I've got two big, massive receivers, and my God, they're heavy. I ain't even plugged them in. One of them's a Panasonic, and the other one's a Sony. And this thing's like, it's got to be like that. It's like that thick, and it is so big it could just about go on this table. I ain't even booted them up. I ain't even got round to testing them, but it's like stacks. I've got big PA speakers next door. I've not tested them yet. And then I've got some DVD recorder to CD. I've got a couple of them. There's a JVC CD to CD. There's a Denon system thing over there. I've not even tested these yet because I'm more into doing these vintage radios. Because when these got thrown out over the road, it was literally over the road. The woman over there, it must have been her husband's or something. She literally said, "Oh," I said, "Is it okay to take them?" "Oh yes, dear." She said, "You can have them." Yeah, she said, "My husband," she said, they said they was partly working, but he couldn't get them to fully work." I went, "That's okay." She went, "I'm just glad that you found an home for them." You know, she said, because otherwise, she said, "I'm just hoping the dustman will take them." I went, "No, don't let the dustman take them." I went, that literally will break my heart, see that going in a bin. But it's like all of this stuff, and I can clearly see, even on this one, there's thick dust at the bottom. So she ain't lying. This has been sitting around for a hell of a while. I'm actually amazed because normally these capacitors don't like to be set down for too long. I mean, well, say that. I've repaired some arcade boards, and actually they've actually been longer than these, and they've lasted nearly 50 years. So I'm actually shocked that these are still bloody working, to be honest. Yeah, see, this one's a RP head, the pink. So I'm just going to write RP head on this one. But yeah, you're right. I have got a room full of it, and I've not got it round to testing over that. I'm just hoping. I mean, these might not work. I don't know until I get round. They probably do. They probably don't, or or it might be partly working. I mean, because people throw them out for a reason, or they leave them up in the loft, and then just thinking, do you know what? I'll just give them to the charity shop. I don't really want them. You know, at the end of the day, I just want them gone. At the end of it, but I've got literally on top of my wardrobe. There must be about 30 units. I don't know. There's tape decks. I've got a JVC tape deck stuck in a collar there, and I don't even know what's up with that. I've not booted it. I know I've got my Kenwood one, because when the whole system come in, I bought again, because it wasn't working, I actually got that repaired, because it had a blown chip. I have a KEM HD 3500K compact digital audio video CD, nice, at the end of it, which I will do on a video stream. Yeah, I bought, which come in, I've got it in a corner there, is that a Pioneer laser disc, because I've got some of the records, let me show you. This one's quite heavy. She's quite a bit of a beast on this one, but this one come in and it had no power. So, it literally had a no power problem. God, she's dusty. She's really dusty. Let me unplug that, and then I can show you. Jesus, these don't have. I don't know if I can unplug that. Can I unplug that? Yeah, you can. That's alright. Lovely jubbly. Let me show you. I love showing off all of the old tech. So let me put this above, and then you can clearly see I've got a. This is just one of it. This come in. This is a Pioneer CLD 1200. I ain't got the remote with it, but it's electronic and it's a Laserdisc player. This had no power, and all it ended up being was a blown fuse and a little blown capacitor. I replaced the capacitor. I ordered the right one on there. Put the capacitor back in because it literally had no power. It looked like it had just been, I think it was overheating, and now she works lovely. So for the sake of a glass fuse, because it had a fast burning fuse, but these don't have the connectors on these. You only have SCART out. You just got to have your audio and your video, and then you can have the aerial, but that aerial looks a bit all mangled up. You can actually see where this is. I think whoever had this, didn't take too kindly to it, but she is working. I mean, I don't use the antenna because you're better off going for the video side, or better off, because I think these only output in 720 anyway, but she's one heavy bitch. I mean, I probably will need to strip this down and give this a deep clean because these are nice, but I just don't want to say how heavy that really is. That's extremely heavy. And it's got some serious heavy things for it. I'll put that back. But yeah, what have I got? Managed to just put that back on there so you can clearly see. I don't like this little rubber cap thing. It keeps getting on my way. Gets on my nerves. Right, so I've managed to just put that back that side, and because if that's upside down, it comes up the right way. So right, so I managed to get. He did give me some, but I bought some of these. So I bought the Fog, bought the Warriors, because these are PAL at the end of the day. What else did I get? David, that one is Glenn Wilder, an early Glenn Wilder. Some of these are collectibles, A Dustin Hoffman, Little Big Man, I think. The Abyss. Got to make sure they're PAL. I've got The Hunt for Red October, which is a great film. I love that. And the Long Good Friday with Bob Hoskins, great film. And Clint Eastwood's Tightrope. So I thought, and the size of some of these Laserdisc records, they're bloody massive. I mean, I'll show you one of them. They're apps. I've never seen a record that bleeding big in my life. I mean, just the sheer scale of it. Some of these are like limited edition, but they are really, really nice to especially when you're playing them, because you have to have this is a twin record at the end of the day. But the only downside to these suffer from what they call video rot, which is a shame, because that means like all of these, they start having issues where they can't read the disc, they can't read the record properly, and they also deal with video CDs, which is an early version of these. But the Warriors come out to play. I love that. Do you know what? That's why I had to get it. It was only a tenner. These ain't too expensive, these laser discs, but they're great to show off. Obviously, you could just flip the record over and play the other side. But the Warriors, I had to get the Warriors because it was my all-time favourite. I love who don't like the Warriors? But yeah, I mean, there's only a few. But some of these are now collector's items, and I didn't know that with some of these laser discs. So yeah, that's interesting. But like I said, it's like a lot of the vintage stuff that I've managed to get. I don't know if either this is working or not. I took a gamble, but it doesn't matter, because if it's not, you know, it is what it is. I mean, I don't want to break them up for parts, because it's too good to break up. Let's put that back over there. That's it. So yeah, that laser disc, God almighty, that is one heavy bloody thing to. I didn't know them laser discs weigh that much. Them laser disc players, they're like worse than a VCR. They're just really well built. I mean, some of these, that's a mid-90s, because again, it fits into that. Yeah, they're not easily stored correctly if you wrap them up. Or wrap them up, you'll get fatigue. Yeah, which is a shame, because that's exactly what ends up having with these. They don't take too kind to them as well. So, but them big stereo receivers I've got, the Sony and the I'm pretty sure the other one's a Pioneer and Sony, and I've never seen anything like it. Bloody, them things have got millions of connectors at the back. I ain't plugged them in. I haven't tested them. I haven't got round to doing it yet. So it's a bit like some of this other stuff. It's piled up, and I'm doing one thing at a time, but I want it done. But I do really want to get it done, because I don't know, is this working or not? So JFix is on. What's your JFix? How you doing, buddy? Thanks for joining. How's it going? Yeah. So yeah, I was just talking about. I've just showing off some of the retro, vintage stuff that I had. Pico was asking, and yeah, that's only just a very small fraction of what I've got, and it's, you know, they are great. Any streams on Versus tonight? Yeah, actually, do you know what, JFix? You've done well, actually, with that laptop. The way that was going, it was unbelievable. I didn't think it was good. That's what I said to you in the stream. I said that normally laptops, because I've took laptops apart, so I know what it's like. They use them. It's like a sandwich. So basically, you've got. That's what I said. Sometimes the screws are under the keyboard, and sometimes you have to take the keyboard out to take the ribbon out, and sometimes even the hard drive is underneath the keyboard. So they're not the easiest to work on, but yeah, my very first video in this series tonight. So yeah, it is great on this one. Yeah, what I'm doing with this one, I'm back on this radio again, because this is near enough 90% there now. So what I've done, I've managed to take the. Oh, where is it? Oh, yeah, it's over here. So yeah. So what I wanted to do on the other radio, I've managed to take out the switching system, because this one is broke. So let me pull it under, and I can show you guys what I'm on about. So basically, the switch is completely and utterly broke, which is a shame, because you know you can't buy the switches for these. You just can't get them. You know, and so you can actually see. I tried putting some CT1 sealant on there, and this one, which I took off the other radio, which it still does work. This one is full. It's just the way they've manufactured. So these don't take much to actually break, but to try and take these off of a very old vintage board, you're going to run into some form of problem, because you can easily delaminate these, a bit like the Spectrums and all the other like Commodores and things like that, because the board's really thin, so it don't take much to start lifting up the trace. So yeah, with this is I was very careful. I put the air temperature down with my desoldering gun, 299, and it took it off, but I still had to use a bit of hot air and literally just tease it a bit at a time. But I've done it, it come off, and I didn't take the pads off, which that's one thing you don't want to do, because then you've got to start doing pad repair, and I don't want to go down that route, so I'd rather just take my time. So I'm going to do the same with this, take this out, but I'm halfway labelling, because there's no schematics on these, none, which doesn't help. Yeah, I remember you already saying it was probably, but yeah, maybe, but yeah, literally what I was saying to Pico, because you know, not everyone's into these old vintage boards, and especially these old type. I mean, as I said, you can't buy these for love of, you know, you can't buy a fully working one with a working, you know, a fully working tape deck, a fully working power supply, because these power supplies, them transformers, it's just the way they put it in circuit. It's really bad. It's a shame, but it's come to that point anyway, but there's not a lot I can do. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write these down and take this off, because I want to grease the shaft, because none of this is had a service. So I thought, well, while I'm getting this apart, service it and just go over the caps, make sure it's all. I mean, I've already been over this, but I wasn't happy with that switch, the way that switch was just blown and broke in half. Because this one's all right, it's absolutely fine, but I mean, there's nothing I can get in there to make a little, you know, something in. And I've tried looking, and you've got to have it so thin. I thought, I'm just going to salvage bits off the other board. I mean, you know, and then just keep that for spare parts. It just makes sense, because again, I'm back in the same boat, because if something goes wrong, I can salvage it straight off that other board. So that makes sense. So, and just make one decent one out the lot. So, and this one being a nicer, because I like the black, and this being an earlier version. This is 1983, which is fantastic, because you don't get to see them. Yeah, sounds interesting. J-Fix, what's that? I'm working on the game. I'm working on the Game Gear, and going to be like 3-hour video. Oh, that sounds nice, J-Fix. That'd be interesting. I'm going to watch that at the end of the day. The Game Gear, right? That's interesting. You mentioned that. Watch Retro 6. He deals with Game Gear stuff. He does clean power, and he also does what they call clean juice, which is a clean screen and a clean audio at the end of the day. But you're going to run into some problems with Game Gears, because I've watched him do loads of Game Gears, and he says it in every video. If you go and watch his video, they're running now into board rot. And he said, unfortunately, he said there's not a lot you can do. He said, because all you're doing, you're going to be bodging traces where the board's delaminating it, because, you know, again, it can't take the punishment like it did back when they first come out. So what he's done instead, he actually brought out and reversed engineer it. He's brought out the actual game boards, and you can actually buy it from Retro 6's website. At the end of the day, you've only got to type Retro 6 in, and he's literally sells everything for Game Gears. He sells the boards, he sells the clean juice, the power supply. Because I've done my my BBC Micro. He done a clean comp for that, for the BBC Micro, and that's the first thing I've done. And I did say, you know, I said to you I said in the first part of the stream, yeah, I'm going to Retro 6 models to fit. Yeah. It is expensive now. I'll give you a heads up. They're not cheap. To buy a fully retro one, refurbed by Retro 6, you're looking at over £350. You know, but then he has put he's put a clean comp in it. There's an RGB mod. You can design your own casing, and he'll do it for you. But it's still a lot of money. So if you have got one, you know, to be prepared to pay. I mean, because these boards ain't going to last for much longer, which is a shame, because, like you said, I've got some retro toys up there, like the Coleco ones. Lucky enough, they still work, because Coleco they only went on for 3 years and they went out of business. But like my BBC Micro, and lucky enough, the BBC Micro that I had, because it was in poor condition at the end of the day, Retro 6 contacted me. And he sent me a link to his website, and he said, I've got, he said, I'll do an actual clean comp for your BBC Micro. And I went, oh, right, do you? That's interesting, because this is the original power supply for it. And this thing gets incredibly hot. I mean, lucky enough, this blew up. I had to repair it. It had a rifter cap, 2 rifter caps blown in these at the end of the day. I tried to use hot air on the board and started to popcorn. I'm afraid to say this is a prime example, and this is what Retro 6 was saying, which is not great. Hi, what's your for? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, if you'd have watched Retro 6, he tells you really, he's now basically selling the boards, the donor boards that's he's literally reverse engineered it. So I don't know how much the boards are. I've not been on his website since, but he has updated a few things. But he done a board for a power supply, which is a clean comp. It's called a clean comp for the BBC Micro, and this. I took this brick out because this thing weighs a few pounds, and this blew up, this exploded. Lucky enough it didn't take out my BBC Micro. I repaired it, got it back up and working because it was 2 blown caps in this, and then I put the clean comp in, and now it just runs purely on 9 volts, and it's got overload protection as well, and I can run that on a battery, the PP9 battery, so which I've got over there. But yeah, just be prepared when you're doing that. It's very hard to compare the laptops. Yeah, it's a very thin board compared to the laptops. They are, and it's a bit like these boards, a bit like the Spectrum, the Commodore 64, the BBC Micro, the Atari ST, the Amiga. They've all got really thin boards, very thin boards. You don't want to put too much heat on, you will start popcorning them. Which is a shame, because as soon as you start popcorning them, now you've broke the trace for that connector, and now you're going to have to do trace repair. But personally, I wouldn't. I'll just stop where you're going and buy the board off him, and then transfer all the bits off the board and put onto his board. Or he will sell you the board, and then it's down to you to fit it. Like he's put all the components on there, like the RAM and all the other bits that you need. And then it's down to you if you want to transfer the rest. And that's what he said, it keeps the cost down if you do it that way. But it's actually on his website. So yeah, I'd say go and have a look, because I think you're going to start running into some issues trying to repair that. And he said 95% of them have all got major problems. They started to like trace rot basically. And he said as soon as you start repairing them, he said they were either popcorn, or he said the connectors start burning away. And he said in the end, he said the board's just not worth trying to repair, and that's coming directly from him, and he deals with all that side. So yeah, I would say that's a good I would say that's a good move, but it would be interesting, you know. But normally it's the power regulators again on them that always end up failing. And if for a quick tip, because I've watched these live streaming Retro 6, and he says the same thing. If you've got an original, change the power caps. He said change the voltage regulator. He said also check, because they have a fluorescent tube with going to the screen. He said 9 out of 10 they burn out as well. So he said there's a couple of things to check, and it's actually, he's put it on his website, so you can go and have a look. Yeah, there is a special audio board that had stereo, but it was only mono from the factory. Yeah, that's mad, isn't it? And yet he's re-engineered that, and he's now got it in full stereo. So Retro 6, it's like I said, that bloke works wonders. He's totally reversed engineered the whole of that board and put it to a clean, fully 2025, one that's going to be, it's going to last its lifetime, because them originals are just not. If you've got one working, all I say is you're lucky, but for how long, I don't know on that front. But yeah, I would say if you've got one of them, that'd be interesting. I'd like to watch that, but I think you're going to run into some issues there, bud, with that, because like I said, I've watched him do original boards, and he said exactly the same things as what I just said. He said, after time, I don't even bother repairing them now. He said, because they're too far gone. He said, and if you do get them up running, he said, they will develop issues further along down the line as soon as you start using them. So he said, that's why I reversed engineered it and bought the board out from, he got them from PCB Way. So yeah, RP head. Let me write this down and I can, what's that? RP head.
Yeah, it's my TV. My TV plays up sometimes.
I've got Andy's stream on at the moment.
Let me try it on my...
So that, that's HAR, isn't it? Yeah. So that's RP head. So I can take the pink one out. This is why also right, that's why I like to keep a reel of masking tape, you know, just in case you don't get confused of where these wires go. You can take them off after, but at least I know where that's gone. And then we've got white, and that is L. So I'm just gonna put L, and I'm gonna put white. WHITE. Lovely. Label that, and then that can come off. I want to service that. I've already put some lithium grease on it, which is a nice thing. The heads in this, I'm actually amazed, because normally, again, these retro tape decks, they suffer big time on there. Normally, what did I have? I had a Sony reel-to-reel, lovely machine. Had too many problems with it, but I've managed to get it all fully working, but it did have an issue. The actual erase head and the play head was so worn. I tried reviving it by giving it some what's that stuff that they use, acetone, because acetone's a lot stronger at the end of the day. So I can't take this off fully, so I'll have to pull it to one side. So I only need to get it to one side so I can get access to the board, so I can pull it. Yeah, apparently the erase head and the play head was so badly worn, the sound felt muffled, and I thought by changing the capacitors did help. It actually did give it a boost in sound, but it did stop the muffle. And when I looked into it a bit deeper, and I asked someone that deals with these reel-to-reels, and they said unfortunately them reel-to-reels have a major problem with erase heads and play heads. They just wear over time. You know, where the carbon comes off from the reel tapes, he said that wears the head down, and he said it takes it down to a certain point. He said you need to change the heads, and he said you won't get the parts for that. He said unfortunately, he said it's virtually near enough zero. And I went, wow. So I sell it as is. I like watching people struggling when you enjoy watching. Yeah, actually, it's true, isn't it? You're seeing them go through the motions, and you're thinking, so, you know, it's like Andy, he loses it. I know he says he don't, but he cracks me up. That's why I love watching him. At the end of it, it's like I said, it's the best entertainment, because you're watching someone else's struggle, and you're thinking, well, I don't know, but I wouldn't have done it like that. But then everyone's got different techniques, everyone's got different ways of doing things. So I've got to take, God Jesus, and this is another thing with these plastics. What I said to Pico was that you've got to be careful with these. When you're taking these old, anything from mid-80s to early 90s, you've got to treat it with a little bit of respect, because the chances are these plastics are so old when they come from the manufacturer, they've gone brittle, and you don't take much force to actually put these in and then crack them and split them. And that's the trouble. Once you've cracked it and split it, you've got to try and repair it. And that's just it. You're thinking, oh bloody hell, I've got to try and repair that, and that's not going to be easy. This is why I don't want to use electronic screwdrivers, because I know what happens. They tend to put too much force. I mean, these screws have never ever been out. Never. I would say they've been in there since the day it was manufactured, and that's no exaggeration. I mean, I don't think they need Loctite on these, because it's purely for that reason. But unbelievable. I mean, I'm using a flat end because that Phillips, it's not giving it enough bite. But it's just the right type. It fits in there perfect anyway. And I always use, I don't know about you guys, but I always use a little magnet tray, right? Because again, rule number one with these, I bought this for the car. But you know what? It's great because it keeps all the screws in place. So if I tilt it, and the screws don't go anywhere, which is ideal. So I know that I'll keep them all in one place and I don't have any problems. I think they're great to have. So again, all the little things that you end up having, you think, oh yeah, that's actually a good idea. Like I bought a capture card, but That's why I asked you, J-Fix, I need a little device. For some reason, I've bought one. I had one in the cupboard, and I've got one of these. Right now, you that's why I asked you in your stream. I bought one. I had one of these in the cupboard, an upscaler, right? HDMI in, no, HDMI out, and just that, and you can select it 720p or 1080. Now, I tried what did I try? I tried a few things. Now, I don't know if this has got a fault, but on the capture, on my Elgato capture one that I've got there, I'll get picture, I'll get no audio. Literally get no audio. So I thought, okay, let's eliminate it. I tried putting it through the OBS software. I thought that might be that's causing it. No, it's not. I tried it directly to the TV. It's still doing the bloody same thing. So it's clearly, I don't know if this has got a fault. Something's gone on this. Because I get, like I said, I get picture. I literally get no audio at all. So I'll probably end up trying like the one that you suggested. That's why I asked you in the stream. Which I've put on order, so I'm just waiting. J-Fix this next time in less 100 subs and repair channels. And don't forget, mine, lol. Yeah, actually, Baker, I'd like to see yours. I'd like to see your stream. If you're going to do some retro stuff like this, I love the retro gear. Stick with the retro stuff, because all I see is, it's alright people doing console repairs, and it is interesting, but I'm more, because I'm old school in sort of like Gen X region. I grew up very early as a child with all around this early equipment, and you know, so when you grow from the late 70s, early 80s, right into the early 90s, you see nothing but all this stuff. So you can so while you track the hold the screws, yeah. So yeah, I'd be interested if you can if you've got any sort of like retro stuff to work on. I mean, even to test. I just love seeing it work, because not every you don't always think that I'm going to try that, I'm going to plug that in and see, because you don't know if it, like half of that equipment that I've got, I don't know if half of that stuff works. I've not got round to testing it, so I want to do a stream and test it. So I will do a live stream once this is fully 100%, and I'll sort this out, which it should only be that I've got to sort out and put that bit back in. Then the next time I'll stream, I'm going to start digging some of this gear out, and all this mid 1980s and 1990s stuff. I'm going to start powering this up, because I don't know if there's anything wrong with it or not. I'm hoping not, because I've not seen much of this stuff about anymore. You know, and it'd be interesting and show you guys, because some of it's got some beautiful sound. It's like this. I was using this in the kitchen, and it ain't got no bass to it, but it's got lovely stereo mid-range, and that's all it was. You know, and I was listening to me cassettes, because it's all right listening to the radio, but when you're playing it through back to the days this was intended, it really brings back the old nostalgia of it. Yeah, I haven't tried that HDMI adapter yet, but I went for the models because I can switch between 16:9 and 4:3. Yeah, because the 4:3 is 4:3 standard, and the 16:9 ratio is your widescreen. So yeah, that would be interesting. So I've ordered it. I'm just waiting for it. I don't want to imagine. So I'm hoping that might, because I think that one, because I don't know, that will come in a box with all bits when I got some of this retro stuff. So I don't know if there was an issue with that. Yeah, I'll get you. I'll sort out mine and get some right into some images and stretch and sort mine out, and I'll be on. Yeah, do you know what, Pete? I'd be great. You know, if you've got some of this gear, mate, definitely. I'll be glued to that, because send me I'll tell you what, send me a link in Andy's Discord, because I don't know if I've got you on the Discord, so I'll know when you go live then, on that front, which would be great, because I do want to watch. It's great, it's like you said earlier on, it's nice to see other fellow streamers start getting into it at the end of the day, and I'll love it. You know, I mean, Andy does a bit of everything, but he works on mainly all the modern stuff. I like working on all this vintage stuff. I find the vintage stuff's more challenging, because for two reasons. One, they're a little bit more easier to understand. It's not complicated. You're looking at this circuitry at the end of the day. You've got pots, you've got some adjustables here, capacitors, resistors, you know, a few little heat. You've got some diodes. It's literally a little bit of everything, but it's so pictured. It even shows you diagrams for if that component blew. Say for example that resistor at the bottom blew, it shows you a diagram where that went and what component it goes on to next. Now, most modern circuitry, this is what annoys me with a lot of these stuff, things like Xboxes and PlayStations. You don't get none of this in the vintage stuff. The vintage community, it was so easily laid out. They made it so it knows, it shows you the correct, it shows you the type of direction where the diode is going, you know, and if you need to replace it, it's all easily labelled out. And I love that. I just think that's what's missing with a lot of this modern stuff. Yeah, there's some video links on the lady's Discord, but I'll add it for you. Yeah, cheers, bud. Yeah, because if you have got some of this gear, I'm definitely interested in watching, because like I said, I like getting into it. This is probably the reasons why I've got so much of it. I'm lucky enough that I'm still getting it, because this stuff, like I said, I ask around, I ask in shops, charity shops, and you never know. You know, every time I walk past, I always pop in and ask at the end of the day. And I think it's, you know, if they say, oh, we've got an old radio, yeah, well, show us it. Oh, but it's not working. But if you make she said, if you want to buy it, you can make a small donation. Yeah, I'll be happy. I don't care if it works, and I don't care if it don't work. I'll have it. I mean, it'd make an interesting video at the end of the day. And just in case, you might think, well, I'll keep it, just in case another one comes in and you've got spare parts. So it's a bit like this. He's lucky that he kept another radio. Bloody things. Look how many screws I just took out on this board. Wow. That's unbelievable. I mean, I only want to get to that selector. Alright, just make sure lighting is the key. Yeah, that switch is mullered, absolutely mullered. Right, see with them switches, see they just pull out, but you've got to be careful because you don't want to end up, cool, that's a bit dusty there, isn't it? Just give that a quick. But again, when it's true what Jay Fix was saying earlier on about with these. Now look how they've done this. This is a prime example to what I said. Let me zoom you guys in and you can clearly see. Right now, this is what I was saying about earlier on with early circuitry, and this is what I really find fascinating. So they've soldered. This come out of the manufacturer like it. This wasn't done. You'd think someone's done this deliberately, but they didn't. These, because of the way they put the circuitry back in the early days, they needed to put certain things into place. So they thought, right, do you know what? Let's take a jumper wire to a little resistor, bridge it over to here. That gives component. What they couldn't even bother putting that on the board, because if you look at the board, there's a lot of gaps on this board. Hell of a lot of gaps. So it's a lot of wasted circuitry on the board. So what they've done, this is how lazy they were back in the early days, in the mid-80s and the early 90s. They just thought, do you know what, just bridge it. You know, and that come out of manufacture like that. So they've put a couple of resistors, literally bridged it, and thought, yeah, that'll do. You know, and you're thinking, bloody hell, you can't do it like that. You're going to get a bridge or something. You're going to get a grand to short. But it's only 9 volts. I mean, they've put some form of protection against the legs so it don't shorten out, but I wouldn't be happy with that. But apparently that's how it come off the manufacturer. That's how they done it. They was happy with it, and it works. And again, you know what I was saying to you, Pico, about with the continuity. Now I said, now I've just took this one apart. Now I'm not using the stream first. You know what I was saying to you about with that bridge. Look, this one has got exactly the same way. If you look at it, let me move it over and you can clearly see. Look, it's got exactly the same thing again. There's a bit of solder missing and you're thinking that's a brake. It's not a brake because we already tested it on the other one. So these must be manufactured like it on these boards. It's a bit much because you're thinking, bloody hell, why have you done? Wonder why they've done it like that. But yeah, you can actually see there's literally, I've just looked at the. Let me have a look on it. There's actually the name. Let me move that because you can't clearly see. Let me grab me torch because it's just easier because the light's above. You've got the word Sharp written on it, and then you've got a model number, right? It's got PRCB 316A. So this is a revision A. This is an early revision, and then if we move it over, there's another part on the board right in the corner, and then it says the same thing, 316A. So this is this must be a very, very early revision. So this would be like more of a collector's piece because this is about 1983. So there must have been another model before because these come out in 1980 at the end of the day. So yeah, that's interesting, but that's how they manufactured it. But if that's how they've done it, that's how they've done it. But yeah, I'm actually surprised that they've done it like that. JFix. He said the amplifier costs 4K second hand. What? What's 4K second hand? Is Andy? Oh no, what's Andy done to his stream? No, again, Andy's got issues. So for some reason he's been having a lot of streaming it. Now I'm streaming at 1440, so my bit rate is up to 6600, which is about 1440, and I've not had any issues. Mind you, my router's right in the corner, and I've got I don't know, it's over 1 gigabyte per second, so my internet's very fast. On that, so. Was it 100 or something like? I think it's 100, something like that. It's really quick. I don't have any issues. I probably could even push it to more because 1440, it seems flawless. I've not once run into issues. So I could probably try 4K and see if it's streaming 4K at the end of it. But yeah. Oh, he's blown. No, Joey's come on instead. No, he's blown up his electrics again. Let me change Joey back. It's Joey's on. Oh no, poor Andy. He's not having much luck, is he? Right, well Andy will have to wait because if he's knocked his electrics out again, he's gone back onto that system, isn't he? It sounds like it. He's fully back on that the way that is. But I thought, oh no, why is he having issues all of a sudden? Right, so I'm going to have to do the same again and literally be really, really dead careful here because these connectors are really fragile. Bit of solder, bit of solder, bit of solder, bit of solder. So I used the Kimbo, right? The King Flu in it. Oh, Kingbo solder, the flux side, so it does the job. I mean, but I've got this at 299 Celsius. Now, I don't want to go any more than this because even when I've done the last one, it near enough lifted up a pad at 299. So I don't want to be no longer than a few seconds on this board because this is what I said to you, JFix. This is what I said to you about, but these boards, right? Because I've worked on a few of these now. I've learned even hot air is not great for these, right? You really probably, right? If you're going to take components out, you just want to be a few seconds. But because hot air is moving around, even though you're moving it around, you're putting in an area, you're heating up the board. With a soldering gun, you're in, out, so it's quick. And I'll show you what I mean. Out. Fingers. Just got to watch my finger. That's it. See? This is how quick you've got to be on these boards, bud. So, bear this in mind when you do yours. Right? do you know what? These desolving guns with a little bit of flux, 100%. And it not only takes it all off, but you're not going to lift them pads. Because this is what hot air, this is what caused 99% of the problems. What you want to do is literally just hover over it, a little bit of flux, just a little bit, not a lot, and literally in, out. I've got to put some solder on that. That's the bottom ones. That's gone down a little bit. So let me let that heat build back up again. I'm going to put a little bit more flux on that and take the last three. And I can look already. I've not lifted one pad of that, but there's some bits that I've not done because, like I said, you don't want to be on this for long. You're going to start delaminating it. You'll popcorn it and it'll delaminate. Then you're having issues of trying to get. You're going to break traces. And as soon as you, this is why I hate. Vintage stuff is lovely to look at, but it's an absolute headache to work on. Retro 6 said the exact same thing. He said they're nice, he said, but they're a nightmare to work on. Right, there is a couple of pins that I have not got off. And I think it's this one here. I'm going to need a little bit of flux. And I'll tell you what, J-Fix, take your time, bud, when you're doing these. Because I tell you, you really need to concentrate. And I know it says about keeping an eye on the comments, but you really do need your concentration. That's it, she's out. But just plenty of light and just look really close. This is reasons why I like carrying a little torch. And I could just give it a little visual inspection. I mean, them soldering guns, that was only 100 quid. Do you know what? That's the best thing I ever bought. Because I'll tell you what, that saved me a lot. That's why I don't use a lot of hot air. And this is why I always carry a little torch. And just hover over. Because sometimes you may have a good lighting system, but sometimes you just need that little bit of extra light just to inspect, to see. And I can see already all of them, the solder's sucked out, and I've not lifted one pad, and that's not easy to do. Not on these, they're not. So I think how I got this one off last time was that I used a little bit of tiny hot air. I just moved it up and down, but didn't go too close. And then just because these are hard to take out, these are not the easiest to take out. Let's see if I can get this out first. A little bit of a tease. No. So go again. I don't, because this board is flexing. I don't want to go too mad here. So, because this is a prime example of what actually happens. And I can't move that round from that. Actually, if I move that round that side. Because I want to swap that over. So what I'm going to do, I've got the hot air temperature at 370 at 99% airflow, right? And I want to hold it about that much apart. Not too much, but I just want to hold it and just run it up and down. Just run it up down. I don't want to go too mad to the board because, again, it's going to popcorn. Because these boards are really notorious for popcorning. A bit like the ones you just said earlier on. If you stick it to these ways, right, and just that desoldering gun, you don't want to go no more than 300 Celsius. I'll keep it about 299, fine, at the end of it. Don't go any higher, not on these old boards. because these boards flex as it is. Right, that's enough. I'm not going too mad. Just not going to go too mad with it, because I know what happens. And then just easily just tease. And here she goes, she's going. See? Because the board is still warm. But because these boards are so thin, but if it don't go, don't force it. Right? Which I don't want to do. So I'm not going to do it again. Give that a minute. Pick it back up. Do the same again. That's how well these are in. But again, keeping my distance. I just want to warm the board up. That's all I'm doing, warming the board. I don't want to get it close to the traces because it'll just popcorn. So I would say, J-Fix, if you're going to do it, bud, stick to that method, what I've just done, and you'll have no issues. I'm not an expert, like I said, but doing it this way, I've not once pulled a trace and run into issues because of that. You just want to warm it up. That's it. Just don't want to keep it on there for long. You just want to keep the board warm, and then she'll pop out. Yeah, there you go. She's out. Here you go. And like I said, I've not bent one pin, right? That is that simple to actually do. It's like I said, I've gone mad. I've not delaminated the board, so I've not caused any issues of delamination or popcorning. I've pulled a component out because again, you've got carbon in here, so you've got to be careful not to get it overheated. So now I'm just going to let that cool down. I'm going to let it cool down first, a little bit of IPA after, at the end of the day. And if you look, where's my torch, and I'll show you guys. As I've just done the other one, I've not pulled one pin, but I'll prove, because like you said, because looking at these is not the easiest things to try and do. Because taking these out, these are really, really difficult. So these will be like the game gears. So if you was ever taking a game gear, it'd be the exactly same problem at the end of the day. And I could just give a little pair of tweezers and just give a little nudge on the pads to make sure that you've not moved any of the pads. And I can see not one is being pulled. That board is just lukewarm. A little bit more than lukewarm. Because like I said, all I wanted to do is keep the component warm while it was being teased out. Because the desoldering gun is literally just done its job. So that'd be fine. So now we're on the verge. Now I've not caused not one problem there. I would say that's great. I'm more than happy than that. So now I can now put that back on with the new part. Let's move that over so you guys can see. So yeah, so I was saying that it's read your comments, but I would definitely say that's a good move to make because of delamination. Yeah, the Moo gun is great. It's good on older boards. Yeah, but as Retro 6 says, now Retro 6 don't use them. He said because for that reason, he said you can delaminate and popcorn it at the end of it. So he said what he uses is hot air, but he's got his technique. That technique. He said that's not a great idea, but that technique that I use works every time. And I've not delaminated the board once, and I've not popcorned it. And I've worked on multiple boards. I've done the C64, the Atari, and the Amiga, and the Atari 2600. I've not pulled one pad. Now, I can't speak for everyone, but it's your technique, and it's true what I just said. It's what you're comfortable with doing without it not lifting. I mean, the idea of doing these repairs is not to pull pads because of this, purely for this reason. And like you said, when you're working on these, you don't want to end up being a bit too heavy-handed. It may look good on camera, but then you're going to have a problem. You'll start, you know, when the component's got to be loose, but you don't want to get it too hot because that's exactly what's going to happen to these boards. These boards, look how much they flex. These boards flex like hell. These are really flexible boards. And I ain't going to go too mad because I'll snap it and then I'm back to square one. But that's a prime example. These are not modern. Back in the early days when these were manufactured, these were all 3D. These were 3D printed, and the machine just went round and went pop, 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 and it was just putting them on like nothing. But now you're taking components off, that's probably not been off in over 30 years, you know, maybe close to 40, some even longer, you know, so they're going to be stubborn, they're going to be well stuck on. They don't use glue. Everything was industrial in that day. So yeah, I would say if you're going to have a go at that, I would say just be cautious and, you know, just be really ultra careful at the end of it, you know, because like you said, you don't want to end up ripping. You start ripping the trace pads on there is really bad, which I don't really want to do. That's the last thing I don't want to do, because then I'm going to have a problem. And working on these vintage stuff, this is you know, this is the only issue with vintage boards, you know, because that's lovely. Look how much dirt that's took off. That's all the original flux at the end of it. It's messy. It's very messy at the end of the day. I'm just going to squirt a little bit in here, and I'm going to come in with my toothbrush, and ever so slight. I can find my toothbrush. Where's my bloody toothbrush? That was my mum's toothbrush. She said, "Where's my toothbrush?" I went, "I don't know. Don't look at me." My mum don't watch YouTube anyway, so I'm not bothered. I went, "Oh, I didn't want to go down the shop and go and get one, because I went, I need it now." So I nicked her toothbrush. And she couldn't use her toothbrush, so she had to go and get one the other week. And I try not to laugh, because she's going, "I still can't find my toothbrush." No, I've got it. I wouldn't recommend now, because look at the state of it. It's gone dark grey. So I mean, no, you wouldn't want to put that in your mouth and try and wash them on it. Let's put Andy back on. He's probably gone back on, unless he's come off. I don't know. I'll have to washing it, because he's always blowing something up. No, he's back on. Oh, no, it's buffing. Oh God, Andy really is not having much issues. See, the trouble is, when you're dealing, I've noticed, when you're dealing with high voltage, have you tend to find, any of you guys, if you're dealing with high voltage stuff, things like, you know, voltage regulators and things like that. I mean, if you look at J-Fix's, that other laptop he was doing, they've done that deliberately, and I've had boards like that. And I know why they do it. Is because they don't want no one else literally working on it. So what they tend to do is shove as many cranking amps as they can and blow the circuitry. Just literally blow it, so it takes out the CPU, GPU, all of them. It takes out about 60% on the board, and then it's not viable to fix. Now you can't even use it as a parts board, because at least 60% and above is blown. So all the important bits, where you think, oh, I've got another laptop, no, you can't use that, because it's had high voltage going through it. So really, you've got a paperweight on your hands, which is a shame, because now that board's not worth nothing. So you can't even use it for parts. They've nicked the screen off it. So you're thinking, I can't use this screen. And that's exactly what they've done. They took the screen and thinking, do you know what? No one else is going to fix this. I'm going to make sure. And we'll end up putting that straight. We'll put that and we'll blow it up. And it's a shame, because like you said, what if you had another laptop come in identical to that and you just needed a few components? Yeah, it is a shame it was like that. But you're not the only one, because I've took laptops apart. They're not the easiest. I tend to find the ones that are really tricky are them big gaming laptops, the ones you've had, and the Toshibas. Absolute nightmare, because the Toshibas are ultra thin, right? And where they're ultra thin, to keep the weight down and the design, they sandwich them with a 3-layer board. So now you've got the plastic at the top, the motherboard and the backboard, and because the thing's flexing, and the ribbon cables, oh my God, to try and get a ribbon cable, you're thinking it can just barely go in. They are an absolute headache to work on. No, Andy's still off. He's still buffering. So I don't know what's happened. He must have took his complete ass out. It literally knocked all his power supply out. See, now that's another thing. On the front of mine, I've actually got a voltage tester. So it's a power brick. So it's a power trip thing. So it don't knock my electric out. So all it does, it trips the meter actually on the double gain socket. So then if there is a ground is short, it knocks that out first before my electrics. So my electrics is still on at the end of it. So yeah, I'm saying them laptops, I don't like working on laptops because I know how difficult they are to work on. And like I said, certain models are an absolute headache. An absolute headache to work on. They are not the easiest to work on. Now what I need to do now is I need to straighten in pins ever so slight, because if this don't sit 100% in and these pins are bent, you'll bend it and it'll be game over. Like that one there is a little bit on the bent side. Because remember, you're trying to tease these out. And you can't buy these for love or money, because I've already looked. There's not one component. I see one component for sale, which was a used motor, and he wanted £7 for it at the end of the day. I can hear the kids out. Is it trick or treat night tonight? I think it is, isn't it? It sounds like it. I think it is. Because I can hear the kids out there. So yeah, working on laptops, not the easiest thing, bud, and I know exactly what you're like. But it's a shame that they damaged that deliberately. But you're not the only one. I've had one laptop that was like it was deliberately blown up because I bet they thought, well, if I can't repair it, no one's going to repair it, and I'm going to blow it. And you know, to me, that's just being selfish. That's a waste of electrics. That laptop, through someone else's negligence, could have been repaired. And that could have breathed a new life again. And this is another thing why I don't like scrapping electrics. Because to me, there's not many, especially this retro stuff, there's so less of it now, and it's getting harder and harder to come. Yeah, it's awful. Yeah. No, Andy's still not on. He's still buffering. That's unbelievable. He's streaming. He must have knocked his entire house out. Oh no, that's not great. No, see what I mean? Even the professionals get it wrong sometimes. Hang on, because this is the same switch. Where's that other switch? It's under here. I just want to compare it, make sure. Now this is the good one. This is the broken one that I took off, and it's identical, absolutely identical. There's nothing. There's no difference in this whatsoever, which I didn't think there would. So that proved it then. That being a model, the next model up from this, they're still using the same bloody components. How have they worked that out? Right, okay, never mind. Yeah, she's in anyway. Now, this is what I'm saying. I don't want to force it. No, that's gone in. That's it, she's in now. That's why I said I want to be ultra careful of soldering this in. Now, all them pins have gone back in. Now I'm going to double check, but we will have a full working, and I won't, because that CT glue, now that CT mastic, if you're doing any repairs, you guys, right, and I'm not joking, if you are considering and you're thinking you bust these plastics, use some of that CT sealant. It's £14 a tube, right? It's really dear. I mean, even from Screwfix, it's £13-14. That CT1 sealant, and I'll tell you what, is for gutters and things like that. But my God, once it bonds, it's worse than resin. You'll end up breaking the plastics getting it off. But I couldn't put a lot on because I was trying to hold a tiny switch, so there wasn't much in there to make a bond because it had sheared off, which you can clearly see. So you can clearly see on there wasn't much there for it to bond to. So when that was sitting, there's not much there. Look, that's what I'm saying. I can't put nothing in there for that to bond to. If that was out more, then that had something to bond to, then I wouldn't have had the issue. I wouldn't have had to do what I was doing. So sticking it to this way, I thought it's more work, but if you're careful and doing what I'm doing, I said, then you'll have no issues. Just swap them over. No, that's fine. I'm just make sure all the ground pins, they're all locked up. It's all squeaky clean. No, I'm well happy with that. I'm well happy with that. It's just make sure I've got to put a resistors come out. One side of the resistors come out. It looks like a ground leg, so I'm gonna have to put that back in. But I can do that after. But all the ground pins for their legs are hugged, and that's all I was worried about. Just hug the legs. So no, that's fine. Next part is soldering. Put it back and put the resistors back. No, Andy's still not working. Let's just try and refresh his channel, see if he's back in. If for some reason, I don't know what's happened. Oh, we've got he's back on. He's back on. It just sat there buffering. Thank God for that. So yeah, so I'm gonna let's grab my soldering iron. Now again, soldering on these boards. What have I got it up? 400? No, I do not want that up 400 Celsius. 300. You don't want it because again, temperature is going to lift in pace, which I don't really want to do. But I'm not going to go for all that work for the sake of it. And if I grab a little bit of flux. Where's my flux? See, I can't move this until them connectors come. I need to put them on. Bloody dog's hairs, look. Bumps near your dog's hairs. Oh, yesterday, what an episode yesterday. My poor dog, he had upset belly, bless him. Right, I don't think he was well. And, God, well, I won't say the rest, but I had to pause the stream. It took me half hour clearing up all the mess. It was all on my bed, all on my floor, for his upset belly. Yeah. But, yeah, it's a shame. It wasn't his fault. He thought I was going to tell him off. And I went, no, I'm not going to tell you off. Can't be helped. Animals can't tell when you're not well. Right, solder. Solder. Alright, where's the bloody... Oh, yeah, it's up here. So, I've used so much of this low solder. It's unreal. Oh, for Pete's sake. I've redone all the lighting system. I've put 2 lights up now instead of just one. LED strips, and went down B&Q's and actually put a thinner bit of backing up. It's actually better. It looks better. Just a little bit of a DIY. I don't want to go too mad on here because again I don't want to delaminate these legs. Solder's key on here. Bloody, it's getting caught under the. Right, put that under the. So he must have knocked all his power out again, Andy. That's it. Little dabba-doo. Come on. That's it. Little dab. Just a little dab. Come on, little dab. Little dab. That stays in. We'll do. Lovely.
No, I tried it with another ribbon cable, Dreams.
Yeah, Dreams. That's it. Lovely. Lovely. Do you know what? That's absolutely perfect. That's the perfect setting. 300 Celsius on these old boards. I'm not running into any issues yet. So far, so good. Just want to just a little tap. That's it. Yeah, updates. Don't talk to me about updates.
Checking for updates. Let's update. What? Start during the update.
I hate updates. They just take forever for some reason. Lovely. He said I'm going to be here all night.
So far away from the router.
Now some of these pins don't need soldering because there's nothing on there. See, Andy's running into streaming issues. He's running these at 1080. I'm not running into none of that issue. So there's got to be down to his internet. So it must be that he's running into some problems for some reason, and I don't understand why he's running into some issues.
Still here? Yes, it's working, Lee, but it doesn't show 1080p at the minute.
See, 1080p. I'm streaming at 1440, and even that, I'm sure I can bump that up.
It was the 80-pin connector.
I've got a 4K camera. I might actually try it at 4K, see if I can stream it at 4K. I've got a really quick internet connection. I'll tell you what, I'm nearly done.
So thank you all you guys anyway for your
Oh, Andy's he's finishing now.
everyone actually today. Need to do the video. Yeah, I'll wait for it to update for some reason. I don't know why I decided.
That's done, that's done, that's done. These pins, certain pins don't have to be soldered. They can stay. They're only for that.
So I'm going to end it here anyway, but at least we've got a picture. Oh, I'm so tired. Need food.
Yeah, I've got one pin to put back in, which is, it looks like a little resistor.
You need to select 1440p, and I don't have anything that supports 1440p.
So I mean, Andy knows I'm streaming in 1440p.
Yeah, I don't have 1440p.
See? So that's what I'm saying. If I can stream and he's running into issues at 1080, I don't get it. It's got to be down to his internet that's causing the issue. So I would definitely say now that's all gone swimmingly. I've not run into any issues. I've kept the temperature down really low. I just need to put one of these. I must have desoldered one of the with that fucking soldering gun. I took that leg out, and I've got to put that leg back in. It's a resistor. Is she back in? Yes, she is. She's in. She's in. She's in. She's in. Let's just give her a little dab-a-doo. As Del Boy says, a little dab-a-doo.
My radiotherapy has gone from every 2 days to once a week, and I can't.
Lovely. That's it. Just a little dab. Use it. Okay, I can't find the tip on it. That's it. That do. She's clean. She's on.
I don't know.
I've got to do it. I've got to do it again because I've got to put the other one on, which I do want to do. So, cleaning time. IPA. Do you know what? That's what I said, J-Fix. If you're ever doing that, bud, keep your temperatures down. No, you want to keep your temperature down at 2000 hours. Yeah, Simple Tech is just scheduled his stream. Oh right, he's scheduled it, is he? He's just scheduled his stream, and you can have a huge amplifier and his thumbnail. Oh right, Class A amplifier. Yeah, because I've got some amps. Like I said, I've got some of this mid-90s stuff. Yeah, Joe Fix, you're going to do it, bud. Just keep your temperatures down a little bit. Keep it about 300. You shouldn't have any issues on that. Don't go any. I won't go any higher because you might run into problems of delaminating, popcorning. Let me say goodbye to Andy. Let me run into that.
I suppose my mic stayed alive. What battery level are we on? Oh, it still says green. There's the battery.
I do like that, watching Andy stream.
Bye, chill and relax. Sorry for the quick resume.
He knows I'm streaming. He's a sort of say, thanks for watching while you're streaming. I do like it. Do you know what? You know the annoying thing is, you feel like this is the only thing that licks after streaming down, right? That you end up just thinking, do you know what? It's a shame you can't put a little bit of royalty-free music on while you're streaming. Just takes the thing out. Nah, it gets flagged up. I tried it. I got done for copyright. It says then you have to use the AI system to take the audio out. Just don't stream. Just don't stream any audio. Now I know this stuff makes a mess, right? Because it's melamine, right? But my God, does it clean the board better than a toothbrush, right? Because I watched Retro 6 use it, and I know it is messy, but it does. It gets all that nasty flux. Because the trouble with flux, it just sticks to everything. I can clean it up after and get me little Hoover and suck it all up. But what I want to do, no, I've got to turn that off because otherwise I'll get done for copyright, and that's the last thing I don't want to end up doing. You see, don't just freak off for Pete's sake. Right, that's turned off. I can't even have ambient music on because you'll get done for bloody copyright. Right, let's just quickly check them in that inspection of them pins. I don't no bridging because I was really ultra careful of. This is why I said I like to have. I know the light's good, but I always like to make sure that I've got one of these lights and just get up right up close and just give a visual inspection on that front. Because some of these pins don't need to be soldered. Ah, see, I missed one there. Right, that's going to have to be soldered. But that one, not great. I'm going to need to solder. I've missed that one and all. Have I missed that? So, yeah, because some of these pins, some are on and some are off. No, I've missed one now. Well, that ain't bad. How many is that? 1, 2, 3. 3 pins. Well, that ain't bad. I ain't going to knock that. 3 pins. Let's just put a little bit of flux on that. Blow that crap away. This is what I said to you about lighting's the key when you're putting these pins on. A little bit of flux, because the flux just, I tend to find the flux just helps. Just helps just to flow. Where's the other one? Yeah, it's there. There you go. 300 Celsius. It should be good. So, and I'm going to plug it. I'm going to loosely put this together, so just so I can just test it, make sure I've got my selector. God, bloody fumes! You get eyes of kite, you know. That's it. You ain't got to go mad. You only want to dab it. Just a little gentle dab. I do. Dab there, and there was another one. There was I missed. That was 3, wasn't it? There was 3 out that I didn't do. So I've done that one. Oh, that must have been it. Done that one. These pins ain't being used. I don't need to solder them. The resistor legs back in, soldered. I think that's it. I think that looks like it to me. There ain't no more. Ah, no, one more. I didn't see that. Yeah, that is now. She's in. Fucking breathing that soldering. Jesus. Right. Yeah, it's just. This stuff is very messy, but I do love it. I'm going to read the message here. I wonder what he's doing. I wonder what he's repairing. Because I do like to, while I'm streaming, I do like to watch other streamers while I'm streaming. At the end of the day, because I just like to see how, because everyone's got different techniques. It's just that, you know, because I do things different. Someone else comes along and does, you know, you're thinking, well, that's different. I should try it next time. I'm going to try that, see if that works for me. Because again, you don't know. I mean, this is one good aspect. We're all learning off each other. And this is why I love watching different streamers. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I do. I mean, because I've started getting into electrics, I wanted to learn, you know, because you can learn from someone else's mistake. You could say, well, I won't do that. But now I know it's going to end up blowing up something at the end of the day. But I now know that I will learn from that, because that's how we learn. We pull bits off each other. You know, because we know that one of these days, one of you guys might have one of these radios come in, and then you can revert back to my video thinking, well, I know now where to look. A bit like what Pico says. You know, his friend's got one of these radios. Straight away, he's got the same problem, dead. So straight away, I said to him, check the regulator, the transformer. Check the transformer, because if there's no power into that transformer, straight, because it runs parallel to the actual power supply, the chances are you've literally got yourself a dead transformer. Now, you can do it, you can bypass it and do exactly what I've just done, and I've clearly shown it works. So at the end of the day, it's like you said, you can actually do these things, and it is interesting. Right, I'm just going to just do a quick visual, and just make sure that all these pins are all nice and tight, and they look like they're all, none of them, not one of them is touching. And that's why I wanted to put solder points to all of them. They've all got to be separate. And I've not delaminated that, not one of them. Not one of them pins are delaminated. Not one. Now some of them are slightly bridged together. It's because they're going on one trace. Some are separate. That's why I always keep a nice sharp spatula. So you just get in between, because it could be just flux like that. There could be flux, and I just gently rub it in between. Make sure I'm not putting no pressure on it. I just want to make sure them traces are not touching, because it's vital. Laptops are worse. I find laptops are a lot worse because the component are even more smaller. They're micro, and micro stuff is, Jesus, they are an absolute headache. Oh, what's happened here? Is that thing's just stuck or something? Is my internet gone down for some reason? No, because I've got no camera. Oh, live repairs. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I must have knocked the pause of it. So there you go. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I thought, why ain't that moving? It was for that reason. So yeah, I just used that spatula, and the flux. This is what I said about cleaning his key, and because I was saying with JFix, with doing laptops, they're even more smaller, and these boards ain't no exception, because again the traces are virtually, there's some traces that are on, some of them ain't even soldered, there's no solder points, so these are dead pins, because there's a lot of dead waste on these type of boards. So on that front, but yeah, it's going to be, yeah, I can see. Oh, no, it was me, bud. What it was, I must have knocked the mouse. I've got the mouse right here on my table, and I thought, why ain't the bloody thing moving? In there, and no, it was me. So that's all done. That is now all done, soldered. I'm going to quickly just put this back together. I'm going to leave the tape deck disconnected, because all I want to do is just to make sure. And this is another thing, as long as nothing touches, I just want to make sure that we've got the selector is fully working. So the radio is connected, which I'm going to plug in. Oh, I've got to clean that melamine off. It's gone everywhere. It's literally gone. It's made a right old mess. That's the only thing. It's very messy, but very clean. It gives off a nice clean, sort of like board. Which really, that's the most critical part, because you want it all clean anyway. Oh, the fucking... How's the... Oh, right. The bloody tape's going round, and I ain't got nothing in. Right, okay, that's interesting. Leave that there then. Right, let's go for... We've got humming. Is that got to be into circuit? Why? Because, oh no, here. It's me, because I've got nothing on the thing on it. That sounds like that's working. It sounds like it is working, but because I can actually hear it. That hums for that. That's tone, volume. So yeah, you can actually hear when I turn it up. So that's doing its job. All right, that's fine. So 100%, that is. I ain't got to worry. I didn't want to put none of this apart. Like, pull it all apart, solder it, and then I've got to take it all apart again. So the next task is now is I've got to clean all that melamine up. It's fucking gone everywhere. Jesus, where's the... I've got That's the only thing. Look, it's come in clumps. I mean, it literally, this is what it does. It literally disintegrates, and you get all the bits. It's really, really messy, but it cleans the board 100%. I can feel all the flux at one end, but that side's squeaky clean. There's not one bit of flux on there. So that's why I like using it. Let's grab the Uber. I mean, some people wouldn't bother doing this, but I do. Right. Use the bloody Dyson Hoover. Try and hoover all them parts out. Now that's another thing, right? Because now I've upset all of this, I've now also upset all of the string. So I've got to put all this back. Right, I'm going to have to be careful here, because if this ain't right, this is another nightmare. Pico, bear this in mind, bud, when you're doing this on yours. If you do get that radio, be careful with this string, because this string's important to pull on the radio. So again, this is what pulls all your channels. So because once that board lays over it, you're going to have no chance at all to try and sort this out, and you think, oh, for bloody Pete's sake. But it can be done, and I've now that's all sorted, it's all squeaky clean, she's all back, and I've got the fully working switch. I can now put all this back in. So we've got, where's the little tweezers. This is why I'm waiting for them other tweezers to come from AliExpress. I've ordered about a 30-piece tweezer set, because tweezers are really important when it comes to this, with any of this type of gear, because again, you need, Andy's having issues now with these tweezers because you're constantly always using them. So I've got to make sure that this is not cross-threaded in any way, because the last thing I don't want to end up doing, because I think that's not supposed to go that way. Again, yeah, I think you're right. I think this is not supposed to go there. I'm not. See, when these things all get taken apart, you know, trying to put them back is the key, because again, now you've got to sort everything out, and you've got to everything's got to have tension, and these old radios are no exception. You've got to make sure everything's gone into the right place. Now I'm going to have an issue with this bloody wheel, because I just know it is. Yeah, JB Pears. So what of? Let me read some of your comments, bud. Yeah, I can see you fine. Right, I've ordered some of them, and some of what? The he must have ordered. I don't know what he's ordered on that. J-Fix on that front, but yeah, I'm glad that's done, because now it's all working lovely. The resistors all put back. I must have took the bloody unsoldered one of the resistors, one of the legs, pulled it out. Don't matter. And that's another thing. I don't know who mentioned it. I think it was Moss. What was he? Charles Mott. Right, he mentioned it. He said, and he did put it into the comment. And I looked. He's right. When you're using heat, when you're using it, he did say sometimes you can upset the values of the components next to it, which is right. You can, because again, they're not designed to have excess heat directly to them at the end of the day. So when you're taking off components, you know, like resistance, if you're altering its heat through the resistance, obviously you're going to alter its value. So you could shorten its life, that's the trouble. You've got to be careful even with bloody hot hair. So this is the reasons why I use a desoldering gun, because you're not putting too much stress on the other components, so you're not going to cause a problem further on. Because you'll say, hang on a minute, you're thinking, no, hang on, what? Because it was working a minute ago now why isn't it working? And you realise you're scratching your head thinking, well, it was working before I took it apart, now it's not working. Well, how do you know what damage you've done with that hot air gun at the end of the day? You've only got, them diodes are tiny. Some of these diodes are really, really like nano, right? They are really small. They don't take much, right, to actually damage them due by heat. So Charles Mott was right. When I looked, I thought, you've got to have to be careful. So this is the reasons why I managed to get, that's the reasons why I managed to get a desoldering gun. And this is only an 80 watt one. But do you know what? It's worth investing. I'd say for the sake of about 100 quid, I know they're not cheap. You could probably get it a little bit cheaper. But do you know what? Grab one at the end of the day, because these are fantastic. I've used this more time than my hot air station at all. So I'm thinking, because like you said, but you've got to learn how to use these. You don't want to end up in thinking, I'll blast it all the way up to 450, because this goes up to 450 Celsius. I'd take all the bloody pads off if I'd done that. So I had to watch videos and learn from other people. The key on them, keep it about, on these old boards, keep it about 299. Fine. I've just proved it. I've just done all that carefully. If I kept that on there long enough, that would popcorn. I'd get that popcorn effect. It would all bubble up and delaminate on the board. Then I'm in trouble. So, no, you really, I would say, which it don't tell you, bit of flux, just a bit of cheap flux, put it on your components, get your soldering gun, and just a few seconds, just desolder it. Use it, even though it's the way it sounds, but it's worth it, because it's took it off perfectly, and even with a tiny little bit of hot air, just to lift, to keep that pad warm, so I can then just tease that out, because these are a bloody headache to get out. They are not the easiest thing to get out. So yeah, I'm glad in a way now that's done, I haven't got to have an issue on it. I'm going to solder the other one back in, because like you said, I'm going to just keep it for spare parts. Actually, I might not even bother, because just put it in a bag and I'll just keep that one and just put on there for spare parts, because if there's any bits goes on this, chances are I'm not going to be able to get them, because I can't. So I'm just going to put a parts radio, even though it does work to a certain degree. It didn't, because I've done the same thing as what I did there. I actually took the transformer out and bypassed the transformer. So interesting facts on that, but yeah, but Pitco, yeah, let us know how you get on, if you can get that off your friend or something, because if it sounds like to me he's got the same problem, exactly what he's done there. He's actually put 240 straight into the 110 and blew the transformer at the end of it. And they're easy to test in transformers, because if there's no voltage going in from the direct rail from the power supply, the chances are it's dead, and you're not going to get the parts for it. You're just not on that front. But yeah, actually, come to think about it, actually I'm putting these screws in. I might have to take these back out, because, and I know what I've just done, because again on that I'm going to put the tape deck back in. Right, leave these ones out. Let's sort this tape thing out first, because I can't, if I don't sort, not the tape thing, the radio, if I don't sort this radio out, I've got to take all this pull back out and try and, because there's that big wheel underneath, and I've got to sort that out, source it out. This is why, another thing, I like to do things by hand and not use electronic screwdrivers, because again, I think electronic screwdrivers are great, but they tend to, you don't know how tight you can go with them at the end of the day. See what I mean with this wheel? This is what I was saying to you earlier on. These are not the easiest things to go around, because again, one side goes round, one side has to go round and the other side has to go the other way. So one goes one way, one goes the other. I'm pretty sure I've done it because I've done these before. But this is why I like to pick up, because the idea of these radios, one wheel pulls one way, one pulls the other. So it is important. So that goes on that wheel. There's a little wheel there, which it does. Now there's another, I don't know, does it go that way? See, I don't know which way this goes. So I know that side goes underneath there. Let's put this back, because I've altered, you know why? Because the wheel's been altered, because there's no tension on the motor side. So that's what I'm saying. I need to just pick that up. I think that goes underneath there. It might go underneath that bit. Yeah, I'm going to leave it there. Put that there. Put that back. It's got to sit, because what it is, look, underneath here, you've got the connector that sits into this. This is what I'm saying about with this sitting straight. So basically, this is what you've got to line up, a bit like timing on a car at the end of the day. So you've got to make sure that sits straight, because if that don't, that's not going to sit flush. And I can feel that now, it's snug. And the holes have all lined up, so I know that is now sitting there. So where's the blue bit, so I can put this back on? Right, I should have 2 screws. I'm glad that's done, because that wasn't the easiest thing to do, I'll tell you, by anyone's standards. Right, so we've got, that's, yeah, because that goes under, just that clicks onto there, so that goes into there. Yeah, I should be able to get to the screws, because I can see there ain't no screws behind this anyway, so I can put these back on, so it's not a problem at the end of the day. This is why I like the tweezers. And yeah, that melamine stuff, it's messy, but you know what, it's very good. It cleans the boards lovely. I mean, I didn't pay a lot. I think I got mine from China and I paid about £3. It was less than that, you know. It's got free shipping. It was well worth putting on, because it's like you said, when it comes to cleaning, it was only because Retro 6 was using it. Like I asked him in the chat, I said, what's that white stuff you're using? He said, oh, it's a magic eraser. He said, it's wonderful stuff. He said, I recommend it if you're doing retro boards and things like that. He said, and just boards in general. He said, because it just keeps everything super clean. Well, he weren't kidding. It definitely did that. So that's on. So now we've got, let me show you guys from what I'm doing. So basically what I wanted to do, because of the way this was spaced out, that's got to be pulled. So the pulling system here, obviously this side broke, this was already broke. So what I've done, I put a little self-tappet screw at one end, so the wire can keep its tautness at the end of the day. So for the radio to squelch lip goes up and down. Oh, excuse me, indigestion. So yeah, that's what I wanted to do, is pull that on there. But I've got to now work this out. How did this go back? Because obviously we've got, I don't know if that one goes up and one goes across. See, this is what I don't know. I think that does actually. Come to think about it, I think I'm right. See, something's not right here, because I think that goes over there. Now let's come off the actual board itself. See, this is what I said to you earlier on about taking these out. These are bloody nightmare to work on, because the wire has got to take that tautness out, and it's now got caught under a, that's it, it's got caught on a tab. So this is the most crucial part, because now I've got to put this back, and I want to pull that one. This is where you need a third pair of hands, because you want to try and keep it straight, which is not the easiest task to do. Do you know what? I'm still pulling that melamine out. Where's that all coming from? It's very messy stuff, but bloody hell, it is good, I've got to admit. So that to me looks like that wouldn't gone up there, would it? I don't know. See, I don't know how that's. Did that go over? Did that go over like that? Jesus, is I would say this has got to be the most fiddliest. No, it can't be. It can't go like that, because it's not touching that. So no, it wouldn't. So I would say it's got to go over. I would say it's got to go. There's a pin. There's a guiding pin. There it is. So there's a guiding pin, and then this goes up and over. Right, I found it. Well, that's bloody hell. That's there's a little pin. Let me show you guys, and I can show you just in case for future reference. Right. When you're putting these wheels back on, and this ever comes off again, right where I'm pointing these tweezers, there's a little plastic guiding pin. So it's got to go on the wheel, right? So one of the wires go around one side that pulls it up, and the other wheel goes around, along, then up, and then back round, and then along again. So, but there's a guiding pin. This is the guiding pin that keeps it straight, that pulls it along from the centre all the way along. So yeah, now I know. And then so one should overlap, and then this one goes up and then back over. Oh my God, that's not the easiest. So, but now I know how that goes. So I've got to try to guide that, keep this straight, right? Because I've got to keep that straight. So I've got to keep that on there, right, on that wheel. God. Yeah, easier said than done. Right. Oh my God, it's literally like Kajanga. You're thinking, in a minute, you're thinking, no, something's going to give. You just know it. Now that's come off, so I'm going to have to put that back on the wheel, because I won't get that on the wheel. Yeah. So, right. Put that back on there. My God. I mean, this has got to be the most trickiest thing. This is the most headache while working on vintage electronics. I'm thinking that this has got to be right up there. That's causing 90% of the issues that you end up having, and you're thinking, bloody hell, that ain't easy, you know. So, well, basically, I want to go up like that. I'll show you guys in a minute what I've just done, and that looks like it to me. And then you wrap it around. That looks like it. That goes up and then round, and then I've just got to tighten this up. So it'd be another wrap round. So you've got to keep wrapping it around until it's taut. Oh my God. Oh, that's not the easiest. That is, I'll tell you what, Pico, that is not the easiest to do. If you ever had to replace that, you've got to keep this taut at the same time and keep wrapping it until that one goes underneath there. That goes under. That goes under. That, I've got to keep wrapping it until there's no more, no more taut in the wire itself. So. Kids always out trick-or-treating. I'm dreading bonfire night, to be honest, because it's the dogs. My dog, every dog I've had so far, I've never been bothered with fireworks, because I desensitise them to it, which is great, because that's the best thing to do. Desensitise any animal to the loud bangs, that goes on, because animals are absolutely bloody petrified. They obviously think, you're like, what the hell was all that? Was there another? There wasn't another guide that went through that, was there? I couldn't see it. I think Andy had enough. Does that come off the wheel? Yeah, I think it's come off the wheel. That feels like that's got to go under. Let me just have a quick look. That feels like when that pin's going over that side, it don't feel like they're sitting straight, right? It's just something about it. Just something's not feeling right with that. So that side there, it's the wire now. It's going to give me the headache because everything else I've done, but it's this wire situation, because you've got to get this. You've got to get this important. It feels like that there. Well, does that have to go through that gap? I don't know, because it don't feel like it. That's gone through. That's sitting at too much of an angle. That's not right. So I would say, I bet that has to go around. I don't know, because I've got no schematics on this. This is not the easiest thing to work on. It's that there's a layer. This goes round a certain way. You know why? Because I didn't take no notice. Let me have a quick look at the messages. So I can't find my glasses. I think they fell on the floor. Yeah, they did. You put the goggles on. Yeah, I have an old VHS, a Betamax. Not sure which one, but it's the one that needs looking at also. Oh God, I'll tell you now. Right, because I've worked on both of them, the Betamax and the VHSs, and it's all about timed. The gears have to be correctly in line with them, and plastics again tend to go brittle. There's a lot of clicking, moving parts in both of them, and they are not the easiest things to work on. You could spend many hours. And when you start pulling out mechanisms apart, then mechanisms are clicked, and they're clicked in a specific location for it to work for the next component. Now the trouble is, as soon as you start lifting, i.e. like the cage, and having issues because the tape jams, because they always tend to have a tape jam issue, and it's due to alignment. Now I've watched numerous videos with them, and them gears and ways the guides are, they have like a timed lined alignment, and the trouble is, if that alignment or one of the gears or one of the platters it uses, it sits on the plastic platter that it sits on to move, right? If that clicks or it just doesn't have movement and it seems solid, that means it's not in alignment properly. The headache, do you know what? I will just personally just not bother, because I've had two. I've had one VHS, one Betamax, and in the end I just put it back together and just sold it for spare parts, because I spent too many hours looking at it and tried to. It had an alignment issue, and it was, in the end, it was just giving me an headache, and I just moved on to the next project, and that was the best thing I ever done. So yeah, my hat goes off if you've got to look at for one of them, because you think, oh Jesus, you don't want to end up, going down that route, because as soon as you start taking it apart, you could start running into some problems at the end of it, which you don't really want. So I'm pretty sure this will no, I don't think it does. I'm really baffled when it comes to this alignment things in here. Trying to get this lined up is not the easiest thing to do, because like you see, you've got to pull. There's a guide pin there. I don't know what that one see, but you're trying to pull the wire. It's got to be taut, and it's got to be straight. So that one then, that's on the wheel. That's lined up with the wheel. But this side, I've got to line the other side up because that's what pulls it from its left to its right. Yeah. No, it's back off again. Jesus. Every time I seem to line it up, it comes off in alignment. So it's got to go. This is the bit I'm really confused of, because looking at that, let me quickly have a look at the other one, see how that's lined up. No, that one's on. It might give me a little bit of insight. So, looking at that one there, it looks like it's got to be looped. Right, that's interesting. Right. No, this is wrong. That's wrong. There's a guide, there's two wheels on this. Right, let me take this off. Turn this off, and then I can know roughly. This is being wasted. And I can turn that off after. That's it. That's all shutted down. I don't need it on. So, looking at this wheel has got to be looped. Looking at here, because again, this loop pin thing here, it looks like it has to go round. It has to go round this way. So it pulls left and right. That's what it looks like it's on there. So you've got one that goes around that side. So yeah, both of them wires go around that existing pin by the looks of it. That's what I've just looked on now, because that one's still laying on the floor. So then this one then goes up. So let me put this back. So this was right. It didn't go behind. That's the main thing, it didn't go behind. I wasn't 100% sure. Did that go behind or what? That's why I don't like disturbing these wheels. So then it goes up on the wheel. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I think I've got it. That's it. It's gone really taut now. And that looks like that is now bit it. And it should be not major tight, but tight enough to go around the wheel. That's it. So let's see. And she does. Yeah, lovely. Right, oh, does it? Hold up. Oh, no, because that's not on the actual wheel itself. It's behind the wheel. Right, okay. Let's put it on the wheel. Let's see if it'll turn now. It should spin freely. Do you know what? That ain't far from it. Even though there's nothing plugged into that. Right, no. Because this is wrong up here. So, right. And that's not on the wheel as well. So, something else is... So, no, this is wrong. I've connected it. I've got 2 lots connected here. So, that's not right. It's got to be 3 for 1 pin. So... be careful here. Right, okay. So I've loosened that pit. I've loosened that up, which should loosen this up. Something's not right here because now it's all tangled up with this end. So let me pull all that off and restart it again. But we have got it where that should. So if I keep that just pulled there, that should move. But she does. She is moving. But I've got to keep it taut at the other end because otherwise it comes off on the. It comes off on here. So both of them wires, looking at the string, it's got to come from one of them plastic pins. It's both got because that pulls it left and right. So right, so we've got one there, which goes on there, and then now that one goes behind that one. This one, right, so we've got one that goes up. Oh, that's come off again. Jesus, that is not, this is becoming a right kerfuffle to try and sort that out. And you know what happens with kerfuffles? This is when things start breaking and you end up thinking, oh, for Pete's sake. But it's a learning curve. We get there in the end, hopefully. Right, so that one there has got to go. You've got one that goes to the top and one goes at the bottom. Right, so this one round here, it's got to go this way. Right, that which goes round the bottom. I've got to try and keep that taut at the same time because otherwise this is going to keep coming off. So I've got to go down the bottom, at the top, around, that's it. There you go. Right, I'm sort of getting some in there. Right, that's got to go around that way, that way, that way. Got to keep wrapping it in the same direction. While I'm holding the wires, because I don't want the bloody wires coming off. And keep wrapping it up. Right. Because then we've got to come back over while you're keeping your hands on that. Jesus, you need arms like a bloody octopus. Right, so I need to go behind here. Right, before I wrap any more of that round. Right, I've then got to pull the wire behind that pin. That then once it's behind the pin, then it's under the wheel. Oh God, Jesus, yeah, it's easy. Yeah, right. Because one end is once it stops at the end of that, that's it. Right. Right, oh, I've got something in my ear on. Jesus, this is a challenge. This is definitely, I would say, 100% a challenge. trying to sort these radio wires, this radio wire out. Because you've got to try and keep that taut while the other radio wire goes around the other side of the wheel, which it does. Pulls that round down, that sits round like that, and then we go up and then around. Jesus, bloody hell. Right, that looks like it's going to be the case, and then once that's up there, I can take that and the slack around that one, and now I've got to continue wrapping it up. With that, the wire not keep coming off at the same time. Right, let's take the slack up now. Jesus. Right. Holy moly. Right, tape, tape. Right. That one's come back off again. Oh God. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is not easy to do. It's the only thing when you're mucking about with the wires for the radio is setting this up. It's so complex. It's all about pulleys. It's got to sit behind the pulley. Any of you guys still in my stream? Not heard any other comments come through, unless you've all left. I'm just sitting here talking to myself. It does, which doesn't matter. It still makes it interesting. It might help someone out. This is becoming a little bit of annoyance because of the string involved. It's getting that guide, but it keeps coming. I'm getting jumping points where it keeps jumping off this wheel, which is, like I said, 703. I mean, you know, makes great content. Yeah, I can't even grab it because the board's in the way, and I can't take these off because they're soldered. They're actually like they're blobbed on, like the old plastics. They're moulded. I don't want to break the mould. Do you know what? If there's something like a bit of blue tack or something Yes. Do you know what? I use one of these little thermal resistant pads just to see if I can keep that on, because it keeps jumping off every time I move it, ever so slight. And it's bloody annoying. I don't know if that thermal pad will hold it. And we can put a little bit of thermal pad on the other one and see if that'll hold it. I don't know if there's any of you guys still left in this stream. I think you've all left. Wow. Because I feel for you, because I love you. All I hear is the kids trick or treating. Trick or treat. The worst ones I think was penny for the guy. I remember that. Penny for the guy. Bloody pennies. Who used to carry pennies? Say, excuse me, mister, you ain't got a penny for the guy, have you? No, I bloody ain't. Penny for the guy. Yeah, that used to make me laugh. I remember that. It was Rainbow Woods. Penny for the guy, mister. No, I ain't got no penny for the guy. Right. So far, so good. We're up to the point where it ain't bloody well jumped off. Yeah, that did make me laugh hearing that. Penny for the guy. Come on, you know you want to go. A little bit of persuasion, not too much persuasion. Like that, and then she can go up there. Yay! I've done it. In the end, in the end. What I should have done was left all that intact, but I know that in future, because I won't bloody do it again, I know that. Got there in the end, we got there. That is not the easiest thing to try and push back to put on, because the wire you've got a wire coming over and one going under. We got there now. Right, yay. I think everyone's left my stream. It doesn't matter. I was popular for about 30 seconds. I think it is still streaming. I can't see why not. Fixing random things. Let me just double check to make sure OBS is still streaming. Yeah, still streaming. Wow. So no. No. Oh, his chat froze. Oh, what you go for? I don't know what happened there. The chat froze. Sorry, bud. I've just managed to sort out that which was an absolute headache of the wheel system, because one had to go over and under, and I think that's what done it. But I've managed to do it now, and it looks like it's all working lovely on that front. It says that. Make sure. That's it. It's got to sit on these cogs, these wheels, because otherwise it won't move freely. And that's moving freely. So I can put all this back now, and I haven't got that bloody headache to deal with no more, because that wasn't easy to deal with. I think in future, when you need to take this off, leave this on, because you can get to the screws anyway. So I didn't really need to take that off. But again, I know that for future reference at the end of the day, so I won't have that issue ever again. So what I want to do is just run it all the way to the end and see if it'll run to the other side. Where's the torch? Because I can see underneath there. Yeah, this is not going all the way around. It's only going a short distance. So this is still, even though it's done there, but for some reason I can't seem to run it any further. So let me see if that can go. Oh, that's jumped off that bloody rail again. So I mean, it's always jumping off the rail. That rail is causing me issues, because it's got to spin, it's got to go all the way across the frequency, and it's jumped off that rail again. Boogers. Right. And that one's come off again. Oh, for crying out loud. Do you know what? I'll sort one out, didn't I? And you think, oh, that's it, you've done it. Whee! No, it's jumped off again. This wheel cog system is, I don't want to say the word, but being polite, it's awful. They look a right pain. Do you know what? If you ever get one, you don't need to take this off to get the borders out. use this video for future reference, because I'll tell you what, this wheel is an absolute headache. You've got to have two wires that are interlink and cross over. So one side of the wheel pulls one side to the other, but it's jumping off. It seems to be. I've got the tautness there, because you've got to keep wrapping it round, and it's bloody an absolute nightmare. I'll get one side sorted, and then what I've got to try and do is pierce the other side. Have you I'll tell you what, I did watch the other day, it's not long come out, the new Tron. Have you watched it? Tron Ares. It's really good. I rate it. I think it's a really good film. I know I'm not one for Disney's, but I really like that. I love the 3D sort of saga that it's got with it, with a modern era. It's actually quite a good film. Right, is that back in again? That's back in again. See, I can't move this board because it's soldered, and I can only go so far with it. Right, so this ain't plugged in, right? So, but we've definitely got an issue because I can only go so far with the board. I don't think you can go that far anyway because I can feel it stop there. But oh yeah, I think that's done it. I think that might have done it. It feels like that wants a drop of oil on that, you know. That don't feel a bit grind, you know, like when you're pulling something, it feels, you can feel it bind. And I want some little, I've got some oil. I think I might just squirt a little bit of oil on that. That might try and free it up a little bit. This is gear oil, right, for clocks. At the end of the day, I've only got a little bit left, but fuck me, is it good stuff? It's really thin. I can hear the kids out there. It must be trick or treat night. Ah, you know why it also ain't helping? Because it ain't sitting on the gears. Come on. It's got to sit perfect. That's it. One's got to go all the way to the other side until it stops. Like there. There's a stop. I can feel it. That's better. That's better. That's so much better. And that shouldn't go any more. No, and it don't. It stops. So I have got it right. So for future reference, right, if you take this off by accident, the way it's got to work, right, you want one wire going around one side, and then the other wire has got to go to the locating pin, which you probably can't see. I don't know if you can see it. Right, there's a pin right underneath here. It's a grey studded pin, and this grey studded pin, the other side of that wire's got to go around the other side of that, up through this wheel, right, and then it goes up like a Z, right, around that wheel, wrap that around, keep wrapping it round in that circling motion, then goes back down, along, all the way along, right, so it literally just runs right back to behind, so it's near enough, sits in between the cog inside that wheel again, which wraps itself around there. So that gives you your full swing. Oh, do you know what? I'm just glad that's done at the end of the day. So what I want to do next then, right, don't take this off. I'll tell you what, Pitco, don't ever take this off. You will have, if you do get that radio, God forbid, you'll be pulling your bloody hair out, mate, trying to work this out. Because this is not easy. It's not. But it's retro. But then that's what retro does. Right? So what I want to do next then, the wheel on here, you can turn it all the way round until it locks, right? So I want to turn it this way. So what you want to do is to get it all the way up to one side and then lock it so it won't go anymore, right? Or you can turn it all the way to the other side, right? It's only a small sweet spot because that's all it is. One side to the other. Turn it one side to the other. I'm going to turn it this way, right? And then I'm going to turn the wheel all the way to this side. So stick to your left or your right. So stick that to your left or your right. Right, so if you want to go left, turn that all the way to the left until it stops, right? Don't go too mad because you'll break it, right? Because that is your gear ratio for your wireless, because this is the antenna. This copper, this is like a carbon, right? This is made out of carbon. And you've got the copper strands, because you can make these. I used to make radios up in the early 80s in school with my mate, so it's quite easy to do. So I've pulled it all the way to this side, to the right, right? You can go all the way to the left. Then you want to spin the wheel all the way to the right or left, so it locks, so it won't go any further, because there's a notch on there, and that notch won't allow it to go any further. Now you know that is the correct way of the end of your existing channel, right, of your frequency. So when you put it in theory, I say in theory, right, is to put this back, right, which it does, it sits in. Now that's locked into place. Now if I try to turn it, this is what I say about having extra light, because you need the light so you can see the wheel turn, and it's not turning. See this is what I'm saying about locking things into place. So that's now locking. So all right, if that's the case, right, I'll turn it all the way to the other side, right, the left to the left. So it's going left, right, so it might put that. I think that's how it might work. I don't know. I'm going to give it a go. And then I want to see if that actually pulls. This is why it's important. That's why I didn't really want to touch this, because I knew this was going to give me a bloody headache. Yes, right, that's interesting. So I was right. Right, Pico, interesting fact, right? I've got it right now. It's spot on. Right, when you're putting them on, right, on that wheel, you turn that wheel all the way to, I would say, stick to your right, turn the wheel all the way to the right so it won't move no more. And on that gear ratio, don't turn that all the way to the right, turn that all the way to the left. So when you're pulling, it pulls the opposite direction, which is the wheel. So now, even, I know it sounds confusing, but it's the way that wheel's set up, right? So what you want to do is make sure that when that's locked into place, that you pull that all the way to the, like, turn the wheel all the way to the right so that locks, and then turn the gear ratio all the way to the left. So when you look underneath with a torch, you can actually physically see it is now pulling 100%, and it's pulling perfectly. I'm not running into issues at the end of the day. So no, I'm absolutely fine with that. That's now all done. So I can now put all the screws back to this, because now this is officially. But what I'm going to do is quickly just plug this in, just to see, because I know I don't want to end up saying I've done it and then end up putting it all back in it and it's not working. But let's just try. I think it's all right. I can see the wheel moving perfect on that front. Right, volume down. That is your tone. Now we want the wheel. Yeah. She is. She's alright.
That seems to be.
She's alright. She's working. So that's good to know. So at least I know that is wired directly and that is now working greatly. So got the gear ratio set up right on that. Yeah. Just have a what's that? Yeah, I know that I've done a few of them in the past. Let's have a quick look. I wouldn't add the patience for that. Lol. Yeah. On the opposite side, it was a common practice back in the day of a lot of things to opposite in the direction of travel. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's the way radios have always worked because of the pulling system, and that's what really, because it's really confusing. Because remember, if you go online, there is no schematics I've looked. Trust me, I've looked. I've looked online. I've searched. I'm pretty good with finding things. I don't do too bad. 9 out of 10, I find what I'm normally looking for. And if not, I'll go onto forums like Reddit. Because they're the best ones to go for, Reddit. Because you'll go on Reddit or Discord, and then someone will say, yeah, I've got a manual for that. It just makes sure that your needle frequency is displayed on the right. Yes, so I will do the same again. Pull it all the way, and then I'll set it. That's easy to sort out, but that is a nightmare. That is like them. That puts me in the mind of the VHSs and the other boards, like what's that bloody the Betamax. At the end of the day, I've got a VHS in a cupboard. It's locked away. I don't even know. I mean, not everyone's got it, but it's an old Ferguson. But it's still. The last time I plugged it in, which was 5 years ago. It's thrown in the cupboard with a load of other stuff, which I haven't got round to yet. But you laugh at it. It is at the arc. It's not old, but it's old enough. I would say it's early 90s. At the end of the day, probably matches the same gear as this. But yeah, unbelievable. That was the last time I plugged it in. It did work, but I'm not sure about it now. Probably because these old components, mind you saying it, I hadn't even booted out half of the lot I've got in a bedroom. So that's probably be sitting here longer than that. So yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if some of this stuff, if it did work back in the day, you probably might have issues now. And remember, like a lot of these components, right, when you're leaving them, especially with capacitors, for what I've learnt about capacitance at the end of the day, if you leave them, these, all of a sudden, as soon as you put in charge electrons through these, because that's all these other components are doing, it has to complete a circuit. But as soon as you start putting electrons through a lot of these capacitors, because they sound like a lot, some of these are 16 volt. You think, how the bloody hell is 16 volts going through that? Or 50 volts going through a cap with a board only producing, 9 volts. Well, yeah, what they don't tell you is, it's just, that's the maximum capacitance that it can take. Don't mean that's got that running through it. And that's the trouble. You run away with the idea, you're thinking, bloody hell, don't touch that. It's 200, it's a 50 volt cappy now, at the end of the day. And you're thinking, fuck me, if I touch that, I'm going to get a jolt. Well, yeah, you probably will if it's charged up. But depending what else is charging it on the board. I mean, obviously, you've got voltage regulators, you've got diodes, all these ceramic capacitors. They're all taking capacitance at the end of the day. So the time it reaches that, don't mean that you're going to touch it and you're thinking, well, you're going to get a jolt. I mean, depending what type of voltage is running through it. I mean, some of them saying high voltage. I mean, the one that Andy's mucking about with that eater thing, it sounds like to me, I mean, he's changed a few capacitors on there, and it's blowing diodes, and it's knocking all the power out at the end of the day. Now, to me, that could be that even though he's put the diodes back in the right order, because diodes are directional, they're one-way direct, they're not bidirectional. I mean, they don't go like a capacitor where it flows through and what's on it. These only go one direction, so you have to be careful with them within diodes, because like you said, but they very rarely blow. I've not known many to blow. They're not like a capacitor. A common failure for most on boards are capacitors to blow or resistors. I would say out of two, resistors are second, capacitors are first, because they're known for drying up. Because a lot of these electrolytic capacitors, they've got paper and oil, mineral. They look like mineral oil. They're dipped in a mineral oil, and it charges with electrons just going through the board. And this is what 9 out of 10. This is why they have a very high failure rate. They may look okay, but the value could be really high or really low. If they're too high, they're going to act like a resistor. They'll go the other way. So they will actually restrict it even more, so it's not getting the right power to that cap. And you think that cap looks okay. This is why a lot of them, they're just thinking, do you know what? If it's working, leave it alone. That's the best advice you're thinking at the end of the day. but over time you know it's going to fail, because it will. That radio I've got, that Pioneer, that's a beautiful deck, that amplifier. I've never seen an amplifier like it, and I'll tell you now, there's 3 on eBay, and I was shocked at the prices just on the amp alone. Just on the amp, it was just over £1,000 just for one part of the amp, because there's a 2-part with it. But the chip blew in that when I got it, so it wasn't working. But I knew an old boy that was a wizard on chips, and he said, well, you're going to have trouble getting that chip, because it's a custom chip for that board. And I already knew that, because when I checked the chip, you could see it was all dark, and I went, I bet you that chip's gone. That's probably why they got rid of it. They give it to the hospice. We couldn't sell it, so I bought it and paid the whole lot and sent it to this bloke, and he was lucky enough, he was only up the road from me. Old boy he's in his 70s, he's been doing electric repairs. He charges £20 bench fee, and he tells me what's wrong with it and how much it's going to cost. And all it set me back was £70. With his bench fee, that's 90 quid. 78, yeah, back £90 all in. And I was happy. And then 3 months down the line, it went again. And this time, it had a blown MOSFET, right? So the MOSFET's actually blew, but it looked okay, because first thing I done was put it under the bench and had a look, and I couldn't find nothing wrong. So I thought, it's got to be a component in here. When he checked, it took him a little while, but he found it. He said, no, he said it had a blown MOSFET. He said, but don't know, he said it had 4 MOSFETs on, and they was right in parallel of the power side. So he said, I won't just change one, I'll swap the lot. And he put all brand new Panasonic ones in, of old stock. Perfect. I've not had any issues since, and I've been using it. I'm still using it now. So, again, with these components, they're just so fragile. You know, these, remember, and yet, yeah, you might have. I've still got 1980 stuff up there that still bloody worked. It's never even been touched on in its life. I just don't get it. I don't see why some stuff tend to go. Ferguson's were well built. They were. Do you know what? I used to love the Fergie stuff. You know, literally the Ferguson stuff is fantastic. I like the old. There was an old VHS, and it was a Ferguson, because I know I had it in the 80s. It had the piano keys, where you have to press the piano keys down, and it was mechanical. And now they're the best ones to get, but they're the most highly desirable, because it was a mechanic one, not electronic. So you have to push the cassette down. It was a top loader, so you have to push it down and then press the mechanical keys. Now they're the best ones to go for when it comes to VHSs, because everything's mechanical. You know, it's a bit like that old. I've got an old reel-to-reel down here. Again, it's all mechanical. But yeah, they were great. I think they was the best ones out of the lot. I didn't have any issues there at the end of it. But yeah, them looking at them pads, they enough look like they're chart grilled. But I'm not going to use the power side on that, so I'm not really worried about the amplifier on that side. So, which I'm never going to use, because you won't get any power from it, because it's been disconnected from the main board anyway, because I've had to bypass it. So that won't work anyway. So I'm not really bothered, because you probably won't get the correct voltage coming out of that. So I ain't bothered about that not working and that being a little bit of corrosion on it anyway. So I'm just leave it alone. It'll be absolutely fine. So yeah, but who else has got the old vintage stuff? Because I've not seen anyone else who's got the old all this type of gear. Because, like you said, I just like to watch. I mean, I do like watching other people doing the stream, but I wish they had more vintage stuff like this, because I love it. I grew up with it, and I'm lucky enough that I've got a majority of it. I have got hell of a lot of this vintage stuff, and I want to do some more streaming with this type of gear. This is why, I mean, this is the 4th time I've worked on, but I've done a lot of work to this, hell of a lot of work. So comparing that, I've had to reverse part of that connection there. I mean, I know I could have just wired it direct and just left it at that. But remember, I'm restoring this to near enough. I can't get it back to 100%, but I can get it to 90% back to fully working. Because again, I've not seen one of these on eBay that's totally, there ain't nothing that ain't broke and it's 100% working. Because they've all got major problems. Half of them, they're dead. Yeah, because I bet they took their thing out of it, completely blew it up. It blew the transformer. So yeah, they probably will have a problem on that front. So this is what I'm saying about earlier on about, you know, with what was that? Actually, come to think about that, did that have to go underneath there? I think it did. Yeah, I think that had to go underneath that section because this is a part of the volume switch at the end of the day. Why did that? There's a connection at the back here, right? I might be able to. I don't want to take all this off again because of that connection. So what I might do is, if I whip this off, I can slip that under and then put that under, because that's a nightmare to work on. I don't want to end up altering all of that connection underneath that, because it's just giving me an headache. It's just not the easiest thing. That's got to sit underneath it. I've just seen it. So that board, this board that has to sit. I'm hoping I can get that back on. No, you bet your fucking bottom dollar you won't. Because there's this has got to do something with the tape deck. So, and it looks like it's to do with the volume. And I can't get that back on without. I don't want to bust that. I just don't want to bust it. I might have to take this back off and put this back on. That's supposed to, that's got a slot into it. I knew it. I bloody knew it. I thought I might be able to slot that over. You can't, because that's all part of the tape deck sits on this. Alright, no worries. It's like you said, it's a learning curve. You've got to learn, because there's no schematics on this. I've already had a look. You've only got a service manual which just tells you how to operate it, which I've already got. Let me read your message, bud. I don't know how many other people want. I can't. It doesn't tell me. So if you find the alternative transformer and work it out, that fix, then you could make some sort of money fixing all of one of these at the same issues. Yeah, you probably could, but I've looked into it to a lot deeper, and the chances are that you can't. I mean, so that was saying if 7 watching. Oh well. I wonder what happened. Yeah, because Andy had 1 minute, Andy had people, and the next minute, I think because he kept tripping all these electrics out at the end of the day. So yeah, saying what you're saying on there, Pico. If you could get the original Transformers, I wouldn't be having this conversation. I would have just swapped it over, and hey presto. But remember, like all of these radios, there's so little of these now. These are highly collectible, like all of these radios. Remember, all of the mid-80s stuff, right, is getting harder and harder, and the people that have got it are holding on to them. And the chances are, depending if you had it since the 80s, which I have had some of my stuff. I've still got them Coleco toys up there. The mini they call bar top arcades, right? They made Coleco. They only made 6 of them, right, in their full range, from 1981 to 1983. They went out of business, right? Because I remember when I seen them when I was working in Woolworths at the time. I was still at school at the end of it. It was only the weekend, because I couldn't do it during the weekday because I was at school, but I used to work at the weekends on the record side because I know I've still got some of my records and they've got Woolworths, so I've still had them since the 1980s. And the funny thing is, I didn't have enough money at the time to buy them because the money I was getting from Woolworths was like pocket money. It wasn't a lot, but I still saved some of it up, and I did manage to buy 2, and they are the original 2 that I got, which I still kept. And what have I still got from the original besides that? I've still got my records. Some of me, I've got the Pet Shop Boys, the Depeche Mode, OMD, some of them LPs. I must have about nearly 300 albums next door with all my records, because I've got me Pioneer 1210s, which again, you don't get to see Pioneer 1210s because again, they're classics. At the end of the day, these are PD1s. The PD1s, yeah. Yeah. Right, we're back. It sort of froze. I did see it because it was buffering. I reckon YouTube's having issues because something come up the other day and I was watching JFix on there, and he had to lower his bitrate, right, on part of his streaming services because he was literally just running into buffering issues, and he had to lower it all the way down to less than 6,000, right? I think he had to lower it down to about 5,000 to lower it, and he was still having buffering issues. But when I looked, YouTube was having issues with buffering, and that's what I put into the chat. I said, yeah, you are going to have problems at the moment. I said, because it's not your stream. I said, it's YouTube. They're doing something, and they're running into some problems. And it's, by the sound of it, you don't know if they're doing server updating. But with all this new bloody AI system, I don't like what they're doing to it at the moment. I think they're going to kill the platform off. You know, I remember the first day. I remembered when YouTube first got streams. And you're thinking, bloody hell, this is amazing. You know, it's the new entertainment. You know, and it's grew into such a platform, like a bit like Google, right? When it's the same when Google come out, and it was so fast, and people were well amazed because everyone was using Google. You know, but where they was going to sell their business off for £1 million, £1 million. Mad, isn't it? So actually, it's going to sell their business off for £1 million. Microsoft was going to buy them out at £1 million, right? But because they was watching every day, people were more and more using Gmail. They was using Google searching, right? And it's amazing how it's now. They then reflected, thinking, no, do you know what? We won't sell it for £1 million, right? We want to keep it. And now it's worth 1 something trillion. It runs into trillions. It's ridiculous how much now that Google have earned over the, and they're still earning revenue now. They're a bit like the Apple of devices, and you're thinking, Jesus, that's why Microsoft keeps shoving bloody Microsoft Edge down your throat with the bloody Windows. You know, and then you can't disable it and all, because if you try it, it doesn't work. Because I've tried it. You can disable it, but it breaks Windows. It actually physically breaks it. Some of the Simple Tech is streaming for. Oh, Simple Tech is streaming in 20 minutes. Oh right, okay. Is there any chance that Gafford, can you put a link in the Discord on the general chat? And I want to, because I'm interested to see why I'm doing my streaming. I want to see what he's working on, because I'm hoping he's got some vintage stuff. Because I do love see it, because no one else, I don't see anyone else doing this type of gear, and it's a shame because I'd like to see it all being streamed, see more of this stuff being done. So hopefully. Right, I've put that in, they're slotted in, and look, I was right, that is important. So this must be a mechanism for the tape. So it doesn't matter. I want to put it all back to the way it originally was. So I want to put that back into there. This is for the tape mechanism to give it its click, to give it its power. But we do have a nice fully working, and she is nice. So we've got all that put back. That's put back. I think that's it, guys. You know, I think the screws are put back in there. I can't. Oh, I've got to put the tape thing back, but I've got to put these in the right order now. But there ain't no more. There ain't no. I can't physically see any more things on to take this off. But this was a bloody journey to remember. Oh, one screw missing. One screw missing. Alright, where's that one screw? Was that here? I think that could have been it. It looks like it. See what I mean? That's what I said. Double check your work. And also, there's an earth. Where's that earth go to? Does that go underneath here? I'm going to put it underneath here because it's an earth. Anything that's earthed out, I would definitely say go for it. You know, JFix post, what's that? JFix posted it, but you have to scroll up. Okay, bud, thank you very much on that front. So I'll check JFix. He's posted that. I want to give us a shout when he starts, so I can then open up another YouTube page, and then I can. Oh no, I don't have to, do I? I can just click on the link, and then that should take me to it. Let me get a drop of water. My throat is as dry as Gaddy's flip flop. It really is dry. I also want to watch what he's got for repairing. This is nearly done. I want to put this back now. I've done screws. I've got to put this on, but I'm going to do that last before I put the casing on. So next thing, I was going to take that apart, wasn't I? I said that I was going to say no, and I thought, do you know what? Don't tempt fate, leave it alone, because I know what'll happen. I'll break it. And I don't want to break it, because these are not the easiest things to work on. Right, now, didn't we have some pink, and we had some other wires to put on? Ah, here we go. Yeah, we did. So, which way does this go around? Does it have to go? I think it goes this way, doesn't it? I think it does. Bloody no. I'll tell you what, there's one thing I'll say about when they put these together. They've done a fantastic job. I mean, you know, it was simple, but also a little bit compact. Jade, it was a good one. Nice repair on the radio. Yeah, I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, it's taking that apart. I would say, you know, JFix, like he said earlier on, that you can. He done it with hot air and it popcorned. That's why I didn't use That's why I didn't use the hot air. I didn't really want to break it. I mean, like you said, there's not many of these about now, and the last thing you don't want to do is end up just busting this up for the sake of it. You know, you've got to be, when it comes to doing these repairs, you have got to be so careful, because, like you said, just taking your time. But you've only got to put something in wrong, or something if it don't feel right when you're putting it in, don't force it, because I know what'll happen. You'll end up thinking, why ain't that sitting in? There's got to be a reason. You know why? Because that is done because it's upside down. There you go. Because remember, the radio's facing me. That's why I thought something's not right. It don't feel right, and it don't. So before I do that, let's put these wires back in. So we've got an earth, we've got a ground up there, pushed in. We've got the REF, the RP head, lovely, which I can take that off. Oh, Jesus. What did I do? Pull the bloody head off. What did I say about with these? Unbelievable. Got to be so careful with these wires at the end of it. You know, these wires are so fragile, and I can't even put a new one on because that's crimps. So what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to solder that. Well, that's not going to be easy, is it? Mind you, I can use my micro solder. That'll do. This boat, what's she up to? 400? No, that's up to 450. Put it up to 400, switch her on. Could have done without that. Don't matter, one of them things. These wires are too damn fragile. No, she ain't having it. Pulled it off with me now. Right, flux, and I'm going to want to tin it. I could have really done without that. This stuff is old, but do you know what? It's really good resin. I recommend enough of that. I don't even know where I got that from, but it's bloody good gear. It does the job. Right, where is me solder? Yeah, she's over there. I'm gonna have to order some more solder. Jesus, gone full solder. Literally. Be careful here, because I don't want to. No, I'm going to put something under that because I know what's going to happen. It's going to go on the board and then it's going to shorten out, which I don't really want to do. So, cloth. Always make sure I keep the cloth. Come on, not soldering. See, this is what I was saying about earlier on with these wires. It's tinned. It is tinned. I can see it. Right. Okay. I'm going to leave that other wire on. I'm not even going to try to bridge that because I'll end up fucking pulling that one off, and I'll have the same boat with that one and all. Actually, what I should try and do is solder that back on. Actually, it's not a bad idea. Let's grab me little tweezers. Let's grab that. Let's put that down. Oh god, drop that there. Put that there for a minute. Let's pull like Paul Daniels, like a magic act. Right, take that one back off. Take it back off. Just carefully take it off. And then what I'm going to do is see if we can solder that. Solder it back on. Blob of solder. I'm going to put a little blob of solder onto the thing. Actually, I'll do that on here. Right, a bit more. Come on. That'll do. And what I could do is if I put that back onto there. What's the chances of getting this soldered back on? It's going to be tight. I can't see why. Yay! She's back on. Turn her off. That saved my bacon. It's not ideal, but she ain't going to be moved. So I'm going to leave it exactly where it is. So we're on. We're on. And we are on. Yeah. Problem solved. Not the end of the world. We got there in the end. The only thing you're saying you're doing with these, bloody hell, you've got to have some patience. Really have to have some serious amount of patience when you're doing these. You know, these are not the easiest to work on. Definitely not. Because now we got solder points here, so these I have to be careful because I don't want to rip that wire back out. But we got that. There's a lug underneath there, right? So that's got to sit into that. Well, you've got to be careful not to rip the pads or the wires, because I can put the other ones back because they go over this side. You know, so I'm not really bothered. Well, it did do. Where are they? Yeah. So these two here. Let me just double check to make sure they're not hidden. I don't think they are. And there's some other points. So you've got the heart. These are the eraser head. So these have to be plugged in. It's all right if you're doing the recording. Right, if you're not doing recording, you won't need them. But I don't want to do that. I want to put it all back. Right, that side's in. But this side is not in because if I remember correctly, right, there's a lug there, and I'm pretty sure it's got to sit between. Jesus sake, frigging Christ! They made that. There's lugs here. It's got to sit in. Right. Wow. Oh, bloody TV's going to turn off. You can piss off. No. We just read the comments. No, we're good. That's why I don't want to force, but we are near enough. But this has got to sit. This has got to sit snugly. Nope, that wire's come off again. I'm going to have to solder that once this is back on. Because I've moved it around, I broke that pink wire back off. But something's not sitting right, and it just don't feel right at all. So I'm going to take it back out, and there's got to be a reason why this is not sitting snug. that pink wire's come back off, but I can solder that back on, it's not an issue. There's a blob of solder on there. There's a screw hole here. Right. Let me move it over and I can show you. Right. So basically, there's this screw hole is got to line up parallel, and it's not lining up because it seems to be hitting against this, right? Because this is an on feature. This is what makes it click on. So this arm, when you move this is what moves, and it won't at the minute because it has to release that mechanism, and I think that's what it's hitting against. I think that's the recording side. It is the recording side. So that is the idea of it pushes against that. So this lug, yeah, it does, look. So that lug pushes against it, which pushes against that. So that then erases part of the head. So it does go there. So I know it sits, but it's not sitting in with this. Which it's got to sit in alignment, and it's near enough there, but something don't seem to be sitting a ballpark. No. And it seems like this part is hitting against this part, so this is why it don't seem to be sitting, and I can see it with that. This is reasons why I say keep a light when you're doing these. You want it so it can sit and see what's actually happening. The reasons why it's not sitting. And again, it's going back to here, which lines up here, but it's that switch that it's sitting against. So, does that indicate to me that this switch could be in the wrong position? And I'd say, yeah. Chances are, it's this that's causing the issue. There you go, got it wrong, see? This is what I said to you earlier on about orientation. To actually try to put it in, I had that in the totally in the wrong orientation, and it wasn't sitting because of that. That's why I don't like forcing nothing. So I thought, nah, you're going to break it. But the more you work on these, you get more confident. You think, oh, do you know what? Next one, I now know how to operate on them. But as long as you're like dead careful, I think that should now line up, and that should sit safely, snug, straight on. And she does. There you go. Wow. Thank God for that. Right. That was not the easiest to work on. That wasn't the easiest to work on. Right, so what I'm going to do is put one screw in it there, because it's got to have an earth, it's got to be earthed out. That's to cut out noise interference from the feedback from the live. I still ain't found where them other two wires, I took them off. Them three can go underneath there, but these are the erasers, so these have to go back, and I forgot where I took these off. Ah, no, here, they're over here. Right, okay, I'll keep them over there. I've just found them. Right, the erase heads are over there. That's the main thing. We have another screw there and a screw up here. So it's another 2. That's why I want to do them up by hand. I don't want to do them up with the thing because I know what'll happen. I'll strip the bleeding. No, now that's a long screw. The long screw is there. Yeah, put the long screw in. Put the short one into the long screw, and now it can't get out. Great, lovely. Come on. There you go. She's out. It's the long screw in this one. Like that. That ain't one of them screw holes. Yeah, it is. Now, even that went all the way down. They still didn't feel like they screwed right up, but it is snug it anyway. It's snug. Right, so first things first, I'm going to have to solder that up again. So I need to boot that soldering iron up. Right. Now she's in. That's all sitting nicely. So what I need to do now is put this one back in. Right, which I'm going to rip that off. Right, because I don't like paper floating around inside it's live anyway. Jesus. Right, that one's in. Right, next task. Tweezers, torch, wire, there's a little tiny solder ball that's just popped off, and I'm not having that in here. Not with metal components. Not ideal. Turn that off. That Phanteks soldering iron, it's fantastic. It's one of the bloody best things I ever bought. That feels a bit loose, and that's an earth. I don't want that. Just gives that a little nip. Like that. Do. Yeah, I might nip that up just a little bit too much. No, she's on, and that's snug. So, just want to make sure that RP head is connected. She is. Right. Yeah, she's connected. I can see it. Right, okay. Wires, plugs. Oh, we are. It's the other 2 screws I was looking for. Oh no, they aren't. Those are the ones I took up there. It don't matter. Right. So I've got to put the let me spin this around. Wow. This is surprising how long this has took. Right, so these are the erase heads. The erase heads have to be sat down. There's 2 little slots there. That's it. Right. Underneath there. That then brings it round to this side. Let me just read that. Sorry, bud. Simtek will post in general in Andy's discard. Later, and thanks for the stream. Thanks, Gafor. Cheers, bud. Take it easy. Right, I'm gonna still stay live because I've still got to finish this off. But now I'm gonna quickly just click on Discord and just see if that's true. He's probably is going live now. I want to just quickly mount this up, and he's put it in his Discord team when it boots up. Jesus. No, here you go. JFix and his Discord. All the way up. Wow. YouTube. Why can't you just click on the... Right. YouTube notifications. Yeah, for some reason Andy's stream's having issues of... No. Scroll all the way up. I scrolled all the way to the bottom. Random chat. Oh, yeah. Let's try to find this old monster. YouTube on that. And he's gone live. Now, what's he got today? Let's have a look. Pico. JFix. So I'm going to put these ones back in. It's got a lovely old amplifier there. Knock out the whole stream. Yeah, that probably will. Right, let's turn that down. I'll have to, because it's echoing through my stream as well. What's up with the yeah, he's streaming in 1440 as well. Subscribe to his channel. And but yeah. Anyway, while we're doing that, let's finish mine, and then I can pop mine back in, feed it through. Lovely. We've got right, we've got the eraser head, and we should have Yeah, we are. It's the plus. Fuck me, it had to be round the other bloody side, didn't it? Jesus. Right, typical. The plus is round here. Take that off, don't need that. She's on there. Putty. Right, and she is on there. There we are, he's live. So, where is my little keyboard? Hello, Rumble. You've been so good today, boy. There you go. You see. That's the trouble when you're doing streaming. He's having audio issues. It's not good.
Certainly eye catching.
Night shifting.
Lovely.
Inverted.
Nice. She's done. Strike. Let's play a tape. yeah, it's one thing you didn't do. You didn't play a tape. Yeah, dick. Right, let's put it on the radio. I'm getting left and right there. It just feels like I don't know if the audio is causing this. No. Let me try this one. And yeah, it's alright. Playing. That's fine. Right, that's good. That's fine. Right, absolutely fine. Lovely jubbly. Same as a pound. Yeah. Right. Nice one. So, the only thing I haven't put back on, and it's got to go back on, is this. Yike, you bloody LED up, you cranky quick. Crikey Island. It's Cranky Island. Yay! We got our LED. Clear the smears. We don't like the smears. Right. So. I'm just trying to stream in 4K. Yeah, it won't go all the way over. Before you do that, you've got to put your covers back over. Right. It should. She's back. She's alive. Oh, beautiful. Yay. Now, what's that? There's something that's obviously, I can hear something rattling around, and it's not great. It's screw. Right. That. We'll plug the cable back in again. Which she will go to the side. Switch her on. Wonder why the mono ain't working. Where's my dials? There you go. One dial is there. We can put all the dials back. That one back, and we can put put the aerial up.
Gonna be sat
No,
there.
no, no. no. Asthmatic.
Nestled between two bars.
Okay then, here we go for the... Okay.
Autism.
Asian to start. There was some.
Right, tape. Okay. We've got left and right. Right, I'll have to talk over this one. Works lovely. Works like a charm. Nice. Yeah, I'm pleased with that. I'm happy with that. Well, I like to say that one for that stream is now literally all taken care of. It's all sorted. So what I'm going to say is, guys, is take that one off and catch you guys in the next stream. So thanks for joining for today, and see you soon. And